Wake up, Eduardo.
Richard?
Pam, tilt your camera down a little bit. Go ahead.
I can't see. Let's see.
One, two, three. Do we have a quorum, Madam Clerk? I see three of us. Councilor McLaughlin, are you with us?
Let's see. I see Gail's name there.
Mm-hmm. There she is.
Same here.
Okay, I have 4:30. I have a quorum, and we will now convene the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez is absent. Vice Mayor Johnson,
Present.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis. Is absent and Mayor Pike.
Here. So tonight, you're going to see some minor changes in the way we conduct the meeting. The clerk and I have been working on this to do several things. One is to streamline the meeting. The second one is to provide better information to the public. And we've looked at what other city councils and other bodies are doing and tried to take some of the best ideas. So we're going to start off with a video in English and Spanish that will instruct people on how to participate in the meeting. So are you ready to run that?
CRT, are we ready?
It's coming.
Could I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
This is an executive session and the mass majority of the public are not tuning into the executive session. Would it not be more appropriate to wait for our 6:30 meeting to run the video?
Well, we talked about that. Pam and I just had a conversation about it, and you know, there could be some people who want to participate, and if they do, we need to make sure they know how to do it. So,
Okay. Well, if it's not too long, maybe we can run it.
it's not too long.
Okay.
It's not a full-length movie, Councilmember Bates.
I don't need to get any popcorn, huh?
COVID-19.
We're not an Oscar nominee yet.
Pursuant to
Okay.
the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom, en conformidad con las secciones de la orden ejecutiva del gobernador N-2920, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on items that are on the closed session agenda? If so, raise your hand, please.
Great.
Uh, Councilor Martinez, yeah. You're muted.
Thank you. Are you going to be watching the raised hands? Because I did raise my hand electronically and you didn't see it. So,
Well, it was, no, I see it, but this couple of things. One is, this was the public comment period, so I was looking for the public.
okay.
And the second, but you can go ahead and speak. And
Okay, yeah.
go ahead.
On the presentation, one thing that's missing is the instructions for people on the phone. So I think that needs to be added so that people on the phone will know how to raise their hand.
No, it
And
was
to mute.
included. They don't,
Huh?
to unmute is what's missing. And we will let them know when we come to someone that is participating by phone. We'll ask them to press the star and the number 6 key.
Okay, I didn't hear. Okay, so they just dial in and wait for you to call on them.
Call on them and then we'll give them instructions. We could put that
Okay.
instruction into the video, but we'd have to redo it. And
Oh,
we
okay,
do. So we'll
all right.
do it.
Yeah, I was just wanting to make sure that was considered. Thank you.
Yes. So Mayor, do you want me to read the items into the record?
Well, it looks like I saw Councilmember Jimenez's hand up. Was that a mistake or did you want to say something?
I just wanted to say thank you, Pam, for doing the translation. I really appreciate that the city is putting effort in doing translation in Spanish. Thank you.
Okay,
Actually, Ursula and Just War that did that.
okay. So Madam Clerk, do you have any public speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 3 public speakers. The speakers are Pam Stello, Deborah Bayer, and Jean Quartz. Each will have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay, I'll start with Pam Stello. Pam, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name's Pam Stello. I'm a Richmond resident. I'm speaking on the closed session Point Melody item. I just want to go sort of back in time a bit and give context. Point Mullally is all about legal corruption and some illegal corruption. The backroom vote was not legal. The judge made that determination and unfortunately allowed several meetings with limited public input to cure the illegal act. The backroom vote eliminated discussion of a regional park, recreation, and a commercial center for Richmond that the majority of Richmond wants. Tom Budd and others called the settlement a judgment without explaining that kind of settlement is called a judgment, but it does not mean a judge's order. The settlement driving all of this and time and money is only an agreement orchestrated by Tom Budd and Jim Levine. By whom, and for what, whose future? When all the answers should be the Richmond public, the answer is Tom Budd and Jim Levine, and at the expense of the health and safety of future residents and the financial health of the city. All of this will eventually be widely publicized, and I hope it will help stop Tom Budd's shenanigans. But the first step is to come up with a settlement solution. Stop this project that puts residents and city finances at risk, destroys Ohlone shell mounds and rare California habitat, takes public land, shoreline access, and recreation away from our residents, and work for a new and better vision by and for Richmond and for a future that benefits Richmond and benefits future generations of current Richmond residents. And thank you, all of you, for your hard work on this issue. I know that many of you are trying hard to do what's right for Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Give me 1 second. Okay, my name is Debbie Bayer. I'm a Richmond resident. And before you go into closed session, I urge you not to fight the lawsuit against the Shapoff development, but to instead work with the community to reassess the safety of the site. In 2009, the California Department of Public Health produced a public health risk assessment of the AstraZeneca site. It noted several things. One, that contamination had migrated off-site and was present in sediment in the East Stage Marsh and in groundwater beneath businesses adjacent to the site. The report noted that after a partial cleanup of contaminated sediments from the marsh in 2005, water samples 2 years later from the marsh showed not only arsenic at high levels, but the arsenic concentrations were, quote, consistent with levels measured prior to the remedial activities that took place in 2005, unquote. In other words, the remediation done 2 years earlier had not affected the levels of arsenic. It had not improved it. The DPH concluded that to ensure that sediment and surface water in the marsh are not being recontaminated, the DTSC should sample sediment and water annually until remedial activities at the Zeneca site are complete, and it is determined through monitoring data that recontamination of the marsh has not occurred. Despite this 2009 recommendation, no further sampling was done since 2007. For many years now, the Richmond Southeast Shoreline Community Advisory Group has been asking the DTSC to follow up on these recommendations and sample the water and sediment in the East Stage Marsh. We can only guess at why the DTSC has not done so. Is it underfunded? Is it short-staffed? Is it compromised by its relationship to politicians and developers? I don't know. But this cavalier attitude towards ongoing monitoring can be—
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Jeannie Courts. Jeannie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, Jeannie Courts, Richmond resident. Good afternoon. It is not clear to me if the closed session items Sprawl Deaf and Point Mullally Alliance versus the City of Richmond both pertain to Point Mullally, or Sprawl Deaf items pertains to the AstraZeneca campus Bay site. With that, I will address both. Please stop moving forward with these very bad projects. They will threaten the health and safety of residents, the environment, the workers, and they will negatively affect city finances. It is insane to build just over the ridge from the Chevron refinery. There is no easy way out in case of a fire and or explosion, and the road from Point Mullally leads into the often backed up 580 freeway at the toll plaza. There really is no viable emergency plan to evacuate 4,000 people. This development will lead to more greenhouse gas emissions, and it is a crime to rip out existing trees and destroy the natural watershed that feeds into the bay, helping to keep the bay's largest eelgrass beds healthy. It is insane to build housing on an EPA qualified Superfund site without a full residential cleanup. Removing only 2% of the highly toxic soil and capping it with concrete is not the solution. Concrete cracks and vapors escape. Leaking of toxins into the San Francisco Bay is already taking place. And with a higher than previously predicted sea level rise, the saltwater mixing with the toxins creates an even more dangerous mix. Please come together to work on a settlement solution and work towards a new and better vision for both projects. Again, we must protect workers, residents, and our finances. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have one more speaker by the name of Doria. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Doria Mueller-Beilschmidt. I'm a Richmond resident, and it doesn't seem like it makes much sense to be repetitive. So all I'm going to say now is I fully support and encourage the Richmond City Council to listen to what Pam, Debbie, and Jeannie just said, both about the AstraZeneca campus-based site and of course Point Malate. We have, they're rather tragic but beautiful opportunities here to make a city that is really outstanding in all of California. And I just feel like we're missing it. We're missing the point, and we're heading in the very wrong direction. So thank you, Pam, Jeannie, and Debbie, and I completely support all that they said. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Okay, we are adjourned to closed session.
Mr. Mayor, I don't
Yes.
think the clerk had a chance to read the items into the record. I think that should happen, don't you? I mean, did I miss that or did that get missed?
Which items?
Just the items that are on closed session. She usually reads them.
That's a good point. Yeah. Pam, you want to read those?
Sure. Under City Council Conference with Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Sprawl Death et al. Versus City of Richmond, Point Malate Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond, North Coast Rivers Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond, Michael Wang versus the City of Richmond, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Agency Representatives, Jack Hughes, Employee Organizations, SEIU Local 1021 Full-Time Unit, SEIU 1021 Part-Time Unit, IFPTE Local 21 Mid-Level Management Unit, IFPTE Local 21 Executive Management Unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA.
So for future reference, I think we ought to rejigger our agenda so that the public comment before closed session actually comes after we announce the closed session items, like it would for any other agenda item. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember McLaughlin. Okay, now we are adjourned to closed session.
Thank you.
Pam.
Hi, John and CB. This is Richard from KCRT. Can we just make sure your audio is working?
Yes, Richard, my audio is working, and then you should hopefully get Lavonna Martin, our homeless director, on soon.
Okay. You can keep your camera off until it's time to come on.
Thank you.
And
Bye.
CB, can you hear you talk real quick?
Pardon?
CB, Veolia. Can we?
Okay. Thanks, Richard.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you fine. You can keep your camera off until it's time for your item to come on.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Joya, are you still there? John Joya, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
What was
Yes.
the name you gave me?
Lavonna Martin.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
John Joya, you can turn off your camera. Thank you. Violia, CB, you can turn off your camera until it's time for your item to come up. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I see we have a quorum. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay, so we will convene the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council at 7:18 p.m. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Mayor Butt.
Here. So at this time, would you roll the instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The Mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom, en conformidad con las secciones de la orden ejecutiva del gobernador N-2920, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar estrella 9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Yes, there's one for me. Item I1, I will recuse myself from the discussion on this item.
Okay, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, I also am going to recuse from the same item. The item pertains to the clerk's salary, and as one of 3 employees that you appoint out of an abundance of caution, I am also going to recuse.
Okay, anyone else? Next item on the agenda is agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda? Councilmember Bates.
Mr. Mayor, enclosed in the package was a communication by Councilmember Eduardo Martinez and myself with reference to what we consider a need for an emergency item to be placed on the City Council agenda for discussion tonight. I don't want to go too deep into it other than to say that Hilltop Park Lake has been inundated with what is so-called a golf classic disc program. They've dismantled much of the park. Councilmember Martinez and I visited the site at the request of several neighbors, and we were really amazed and disgusted how that park has been treated. This is an emergency item. And I'd like for my colleague to follow through. We need a 2/3 vote to hear it. And I would respect that after hopefully you read the article from Councilmember Martinez and myself, that this council will do likewise and support, place this on the item on the council agenda as an emergency item. Councilmember Martinez, would you follow up, have anything to say?
Yes, absolutely. I think it's an emergency because it has been a dereliction of process. There's been work going on that hasn't been approved by any body. And if it's been done by the city, it's been done without authorization. As Nat said, we toured the park and we saw that whatever maintenance was done was was excessive, and excessive in areas where the golf people were planning on putting their goals. So I believe that we need to stop whatever is going on immediately, and we need to look into how this actually has gone as far as it has gone. So I'd like to move that we declare this an emergency item and vote for it.
So you're the second.
I'll second.
Then I second.
Let me ask City Attorney if.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under the Brown Act, in order to add this item to the agenda at this point in time, the council must make 2 determinations by at least a 5 out of 7 vote. First, the council has to determine there's an immediate need to take action. Second, the council must determine that the need arose after the posting of the agenda. And so before you can hear the item, the council would need to make a determination by at least 5 votes that those 2 factors are present.
Okay, well, I'm going to go to questions from council members. I see Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes, I was just wondering from the petitioners of this, if they were looking for staff information, if they had questions for staff, or if this was just for information purposes only to bring it, because I do understand like the urgency. I saw the pictures, but to be quite honest, I didn't have time today to read through all of the material. So if given the opportunity, I would like to do so. However, I am curious to know if you guys are looking to get information from staff, and if staff has had time to look further into the information so they can provide sufficient answers tonight, and we're not just bringing up an issue just to appease a certain neighborhood without really bringing forth any answers to their questions.
Well, the next thing I was going to do is see if staff had any had any input on this.
So I do have information to share when it's appropriate, and maybe we need to understand if it's going to be on the agenda tonight, but I can start by sharing 2 specific things. One is that there is no work currently being done. All work has been stopped. And the second piece of information is that it is scheduled to be considered again at a Park and Recreation Committee, Recreation and Park Committee meeting I will get the date for you in just a second, but I believe it's in April. Yes, on April the 7th.
Okay.
That sounds like the process.
Well, I disagree that we have speakers who would like to articulate. These are our taxpayers. They reside in the area. They have a right to be heard, to articulate what they have seen and shared with this council. Now, if the council don't want to hear them, that's your prerogative. That's why we're asking for it to be on the agenda. So not only you hear it from Council Member Martinez and myself, but you hear it from the community who is mostly affected.
And I understand that, Councilmember Bates. And I most definitely I always want to hear from the community. I think I've stated multiple times, I'm a participatory government kind of guy. I think my apprehension comes in, and I guess the city manager kind of provided some direct, some type of appeasement to that, is making sure that they not just be able to call in and express dissatisfaction, but they actually be able to get answers to their questions, and that it not just be a show, but it actually be an opportunity to get real work done. And that was my only concern.
Well, we have a motion and a second on the floor. So at this time, I'm going to take public City Attorney, you have something to add?
So yes, whether or not
that's the only thing I haven't heard personally is what are the 2 claims. That's all I need to hear.
I'm sorry. Did you?
What was that, Councilmember Willis?
Well, the city attorney did note to the folks that want to put this on the agenda. Trust me, I've been hearing about it too. I guess I'm just curious, like, what are the two claims that the petitioners are making to put this on the agenda, just so we have it on the record?
Well,
I still haven't heard that part yet.
I'll briefly indicate to you, long as I've been on the council, this city council has never authorized a private vendor to come into and utilize our city parks without going through the process of getting a recommendation from the recreation department, going to the planning department, the design review, to design what they're going to put up. And secondly, eventually being approved by the city council. This project is expected to be a partly private organization with this so-called disc golf program. They are charging a fee. In fact, they already advertised that the information that the grand opening for this particular event is going to be May the 22nd and 23rd. There's a fee for $90 for the women, I think, and $100 for the men. Since when do we engage in any cooperative business venture with people using our park without our permission? It's never have occurred in the history of the city of Richmond. And that in particular is a violation of our authority to oversee our parks. We don't allow our parks to be utilized that. This park was dedicated for that sole purpose of the community by the Hilltop, well, actually Chevron Land, who in conjunction with the building of the Hilltop Mall, that was for the community. And now we're gonna give it to a part of it to a private enterprise? Don't make sense.
And on top of that, the work started before any direction was given by staff, unless staff gave direction without direction from city council. So there is a major issue with how process has been disregarded in this instance. And the fairway is designed to be exactly where people walk. And so there hasn't been any impact report done on how this is going to affect the traffic that's there now. Women and children, blind people, elderly people having to dodge discs. And then we need to look into city liability. You know, how much danger of lawsuits will this project create for the city of Richmond, considering that it's being designed to be on the paths that people walk. And the other question is,
right now we're at the point of deciding whether to take it up or not to argue for it. But
right.
we do have to hear from public speakers, because it is, well, maybe we don't. City Attorney, do we need to hear from public speakers?
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, that regardless of whether this item is taken up or not, speakers will have the right to speak on this subject.
Okay.
The question is really when. And right now, the question before you is whether or not there is the council can essentially make the determination that the Brown Act requires you to make in order to have it heard tonight, rather than putting it on an agenda in the ordinary course of with a minimum of 3 days notice.
Well, you're saying we're not required to call for public speakers.
Before you take this vote, you are not, but anyone who wants to speak on this topic will certainly have an opportunity, whether it's during open public comment or if this item ends up on the agenda.
Okay, so I think we're ready to take a vote, but I would just say there've been a lot of allegations made here, and I've gotten several complaints from Hilltop people about this, and I did look into it, and I found a couple of things. I found that the Hilltop, there was a presentation to the Hilltop Neighborhood Council, and they approved it. And there was a
Mayor, excuse me, you just kind of like say that we will have this discussion after the vote. So I just wondering if we can vote or just move and then have the discussion.
We have an opportunity to debate before we take a vote, whether we should take a vote or not.
Well, then you shouldn't have cut me off when I was having my say.
Well, because
you can't have it both ways.
No,
I
I'm
mean,
correct.
if you're going to cut me off, then you shouldn't have the ability to speak either.
Because I'm correcting some things that you and Councilmember Bates said.
And then I should come back and correct things that you say.
Well, let's just take the vote and move on. Okay, let's. City Clerk, would you call the vote, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Well, I wanted to amend that we would have this as a first item. It only take maybe 10 minutes. On the agenda.
I'll move the item on. I will move that motion that this be one of the first things we take up personally.
And I'll
Thank
second. I'll second that motion.
Okay, where do you want to put it on the agenda, the motion maker?
Right after the CC calendar.
Yeah, after the consent.
Agreed.
I'm sorry, Melvin. This is your motion.
After consent calendar?
Yeah, right after consent calendar here, Councilmember Bates.
Well, look, at this
Dean
point,
this
I'll
thing.
take the prerogative of the chair and I'll just put it there. If somebody wants to object, you're welcome to. I don't think we need a motion. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
all right. The next item on the agenda is, are there any other changes to the agenda?
Yes, we have a request to remove item G5 from the consent calendar. And that request was made by the public.
Made by whom?
It was a public request. Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, are there any other changes to the agenda? Hearing none, item 5 is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
There were no reportable final decisions made in closed session.
Next item on the agenda is a report from the city manager.
Thank you. So we actually have a special guest speaker tonight. As you saw on your agenda, we would like to welcome Congressman DeSaulnier to provide some updates for us. And following that, I do have a couple other things for you.
Okay, I saw the congressman up here earlier. Are you still with us?
I'm here.
Well, we invite you to speak to us.
Okay. Well, thanks for the opportunity. It's bringing back fond memories of local government, listening to the debate and the passion behind it. We have similar debates in the Congress, but they're different. So I just want to take a minute. Some of you will remember when I was in county government and in the state legislature, I would offer to do this just occasionally, and I really enjoyed it. But being in Congress, the logistics of having a job on the East Coast made it really difficult. So one of the functions of Zoom makes it a little easier. So I'll just be brief. We've got 3 items I wanted to mention to you, and then a 4th. And I understand you have my former colleague on the Board of Supervisors, John Joya, behind me. I always appreciate John being behind me in the speaking queue. The 2 of the 3 things are very positive. COVID passing and being the American Recovery Act and being passed, signed into law last Friday. Richmond is to be allocated almost $21 million out of that, which is a big help, I know, for you. And I think, if memory serves me, that's the third largest total in Contra Costa County, Concord and Antioch being a little bit more. And there's a big chunk of money for school districts, and I've been in touch with West County Unified as well. So there's a lot of good things in here. There's also additional money for homelessness. There's behavioral health funds in here. So we're excited about that. It was not an easy accomplishment, but we got it through the Senate, so that's good. Second piece of good news, in another piece of legislation, we were able to get an amendment that we've been working with you and the National Park Service and Tom to get the funding to expand Rosie the Riveter. So we're very excited that appropriation has been taken, and the National Park Service will go ahead and acquire the additional site. So those are two things I wanted to mention. And then I think you have a copy of a letter that Barbara Lee and I sent to the head of the Federal Aviation Administration about potential changes to the flight pattern at Oakland, and a response from them that we just got this week. So that is not as good news as the other two, but it does, I think, allow for a longer period of time that we might have had. For those of us who remember the arguments with the Postal Service when I first got into Congress, which turned out well, in closing the downtown site, which we were able to rename, of course, which is a wonderful event. So the FAA, we want to work closely with you, so we get them to be as transparent as possible. We understand the safety issues, and we make sure it's, if it's really necessary and it's allowed under the statutes, but they have to jump through some hoops according to the statutes. And as somebody is a member of the Transportation Infrastructure, the House, and an active member of the Aviation Committee, I think I have some leverage. And of course, Barbara is a member, or Congressman Lee, I should say, as a member of the Appropriations Committee does as well. And then I'll just one more thing, because I know you got a busy agenda. Since John is coming up, John, Supervisor Joy and I had a discussion today, and he and I have been working on, and I've had the opportunity to talk to the mayor about this. We've got one of the biggest fossil fuel footprints in the country here in Contra Costa, with the 4 refineries, 4 of only 13 left in the state of California. Our 4 in Contra Costa generate over 25% of the CARB certified fuel and over 50% of the diesel fuel. So it's a big impact. And as we transition those sites, while we appreciate the good jobs that are there now, and we want to protect those jobs, we also want to be ready for what I see as the inevitable transition to renewables and alternative fuels. We're being told fairly regularly, and as many of you know, I was on the Air Resources Board, a position that John had representing the Bay Area District for 10 years, quite a while ago. But I've been told over time that battery technology and fuel cell technology was very close to being ready for the production line. And I'm convinced that that's now the case, that the Chinese are spending billions of dollars on this. Ford just announced they're going all battery electric. Volvo did recently, General Motors, I should say, not Ford. So we want to make sure that when there's a $25,000 battery electric car or fuel cell car that's available to the public, that gets a range of 250, 30 or 300 miles, that we're ready for that, and we can transition these jobs, our local economy, and the impacts to school districts if those properties get reassessed, which they will. And we're in the process with 2 of them right now, Marathon and Phillips 66 in the unincorporated area of the county, as they move to more renewable fuels. All of this is in process, and then COVID has sped it up. So I have a bill that I hope we'll get in the infrastructure bill that we'll introduce to May or June to allow for local grants that will facilitate a smooth transfer for jurisdictions like ours. And as I said, I mentioned this to Mayor Butt some time ago. I've been working on a lot, worked with a lot of stakeholders, and we're going to kick it off, but we're going to do it very much in partnership with Supervisor Joya and Supervisor Glover, who are the people who make up the subcommittee on the Board of Supervisors that has jurisdiction over these issues. And then, of course, you folks. I have had a discussion with Mayor Schroeder as well. The old Shell refinery is largely in the unincorporated area, but portions of it are in the city. So as I see this, hopefully we can partner Richmond, the city of Martinez, and the county as the municipal jurisdictions over this with various stakeholders to start a discussion. So we don't end up like West Virginia did when the coal business ceased to be an economic model and was such an environmentally I'll be political, a product that none of us really wants any longer for the environment, which is going to happen with fossil fuels. Well, unless they somehow can miraculously come up with some kind of carbon capture, which heretofore they have not been able to do in spite of spending billions of dollars. So I'll stop there. It's a very complex issue, as you know, very important for Richmond because of the facility there. I have had discussions with the business community, and I'm about to have discussions with the individual refineries as well. So I wanted to let you know and look forward to having a really good discussion so we're prepared for a very big transition in this county. So I'll stop there, and if I can answer any questions, I really appreciate the time. And let me just end with telling you how much I really genuinely love my district, and I love representing Richmond. I've represented every city in Contra Costa County at some point in my political life, and I was able to do it for 4 years with Lonnie Hancock. We split Richmond. I was in the state Senate, and now, of course, in Congress. And if the redistricting gods are kind, hopefully I will continue to for as long as I'm able and the voters will have me. So I'll stop.
Any council members have questions? Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, I really appreciate your stance on the death of fossil fuels, because that is on the way. But I was curious, have you considered any legislation that would protect cities near refineries from what happened in Philadelphia when that refinery caught fire and left the citizens with a huge bill?
Yeah, and I'd be happy to give you, I have a long list of bills that I have co-authored. As I'm sure you understand, one of the committees of jurisdiction would be natural resources. Congressman Huffman, who is my former landlord in DC and is a very close friend, is a senior member on natural resources. So we work closely because we are both on the transportation committees. So yes, I've got a long list, and we're looking at that facility and what happened there. And the representative from that area, Brendan Boyle, is also a close friend. So yeah, we try to learn. We try to learn from these things that happen in other parts of the country. Having said that, Vice Mayor, California generally has much more stringent environmental and worker safety laws and hazardous materials laws, is my experience. So as we look at what happened in Pennsylvania, you want to elevate the national standard, which is, as I've grown to frustratingly learn, is a very base level. Minimum wage is a good example of that. Why anyone could defend $7.25 an hour for minimum wage, but we weren't able to get that through in the COVID process, and most likely won't be able to get it through the Senate because the filibuster rule, unless that's changed. So that's a long way of explaining. Yes, happy to give you any legislation, and if you have any ideas about in that regard to make sure it doesn't happen here, I'm all ears.
Any other questions? Well, thank you for visiting with us through the wonders of Zoom. And you're certainly invited to stay for the rest of the meeting, but if I were you, I wouldn't.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can.
You have a question?
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. I would certainly will be interested in knowing more and be part of the working group that you are talking about. When you will meet with members of the Richmond or Power Coalition to discuss the just transition, as you know, there is just like a lot of organizations in Richmond that had been working on environmental issue. They, couple of years ago, created this Power Coalition, and they had been working on just transition issues. So I wonder if, when could you be available to meet with them?
And as whenever my schedule permits this, that was part of what John and I talked about today, is how we can make sure, given the logistics of having the federal, state, local government, county, and cities all partner in this, how to make sure we don't leave anybody behind. And we make sure there are all these stakeholders. So John was helping me identify some of the newer groups that I don't have the relationships with that I have with some of the older groups like CBE. So yeah, that would be great. I'd be happy to meet with them.
Yeah, no, CBE is part of the Power Coalition, as well as APEN and other environmental, like Urban Tilt. So great, thank you.
We'd love to, and John can add to that as he comes in behind me. One other thing, I am going to leave, Tom, just because East Coast starts early, and I'm getting older. So this morning we had a Rules Committee hearing, and Zoe Lofgren, who's our wonderful lead on issues around immigration, which is important to all of us. So we have two bills that will go to the House floor in the next week or so, which basically corrects many of the things and would be a really significant immigration reform and help with Dreamers and others. So Congressman Lofgren from the South Bay is an immigration attorney and an expert on these issues, and it's been terrific. Again, though, we'll have to see what happens with the filibuster in the Senate and what's happening at the border right now, which I hope to go visit again in the next few months. I've been there multiple times, and it's sad, tragic, and frustrating and complicated.
Okay, thank you again. Back to you, City Manager.
Thank you all. Thanks for the time. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Congressman. So I had a couple of additional items. I wanted to fill in a little bit more information and expand on the good news that you all heard about the American Rescue Plan. That was the almost $2 trillion package that Congress passed and President Biden signed last week. And City of Richmond is expected to get, at this point, we're currently expected to get about $20.8 million. That is subject to some revisions over the next couple of months, but I wouldn't expect that it would change significantly based on what I know at the moment. So the funds come in two different installments. One of them, our current understanding is that it would be available early in next fiscal year. So sometime, July-ish, but it would be spent in that next fiscal year. And then 12 months later is when we could get the next installment. So it would be the fiscal year 22-23, and all funds would need to be spent by the end of the calendar year in 2024. So it's a fairly long time frame that we have the opportunity to make a really great positive impact in this. There is expectations that there's going to be a lot of flexibility. What we know at this point is that it's things like covering revenue losses for the cities that were due to COVID. There's also a response to the public health emergency, things like negative impacts to households or small businesses or nonprofit organizations. Also, any government services that were affected by a revenue reduction resulting from COVID. Things like, normally that covers things like hotel tax, things like that, and also investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. One of the things that we'll really want to be taking a look at are other sources of funding and how they're going to be used in the county and the state, so that we can either leverage opportunities, or that we would do something different, since there might be another funding source for certain activities. So still a lot to come. We are waiting for, I understand the Treasury Department has to write some additional rules and get us more specifics. But we will be continuing to monitor this so that we know all of the details. And we also will be coming back to the City Council for a discussion on how we even want to, what process we want to go through to get enough input and build some consensus about the highest priorities for use of these funds. So a lot more to come. We will be working again to have you all help us design a process and ultimately a plan on how to spend the funds. I also wanted to take just a brief moment because it's getting, I didn't have time in the last meeting or two, and I don't want it to get too much further away before I acknowledge a couple of pretty extraordinary successes at our staff level. So we have many, as you know, we have incredibly dedicated staff, and they're doing amazing things every day. And it's a reason that a lot of us joined public service. There were two particular incidences that I wanted to thank folks for and congratulate folks for in the past few weeks. We had a situation at our housing authority at Nevin Plaza where they were without hot water due to a mechanical failure. So at that point, the facilities superintendent was alerted on the weekend and they immediately dispatched a plumbing company to determine that the problem was a part that needed to be replaced. They weren't able to fix it right then. However, we then staff, and particularly led by our facilities superintendent, Jose, was able to find where a supplier had this part. It turns out it's a pretty rare part, and a lot of places were closed on Sunday. So we weren't able to find a supplier until Monday. And then that part was in the city of Patterson, 100 miles away. We could be delivered, but it was going to take 3 days. Jose said that's too long. We can't let our folks wait that long. And he jumped in the truck and went down to pick it up. So we really tried the best, and he did a particularly great job minimizing the impact of that inconvenience for Nevin Plaza residents. So, and it was restored that same day that he picked up the part. Another pretty dramatic incident was a medical call. Our firefighters responded, and it was to assist a mother in labor. It turns out the baby was breech and was having difficulty breathing. They had to perform a critical maneuver to clear the umbilical cord and deliver the baby. The baby was in cardiac arrest at that point. The team initiated CPR, and the baby had a return of spontaneous circulation. So they followed up at the hospital later and were able to find that everyone was doing great. So a lot of kudos to Captain Kennedy and firefighters Sean McComb and Chris Silvas. And that is what I will finish my report with, of those two great stories.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is open forum for public comment. I will now open the public comment period. Members of the public are invited to address the council regarding any item that is not listed on the agenda or items that remain on the consent calendar. If you would like to give your public comment via Zoom webinar or telephone, please raise your hand and the city clerk will call on you.
Mr. Mayor, would you indicate to those that want to speak on that, on the item we just placed on the agenda, for them to wait until that item is called?
Okay, I think you've done that.
Okay.
And the speakers, see, we have Everett Fuentes, Scott Riley. I just lost my speakers. Phone number ending in 2009, Lisa Johnson, Doria. And I guess we'll continue as the hands continue to raise. So Just War, can you go ahead and call the speakers?
Sure. I'll start with Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Oh, thank you. I signed up to speak today because I want to talk about the planned development of 4,000 residential units at the AstraZeneca site. Now I just lost my page. Okay. The approval of the development without a full cleanup is based on false and inadequate information. The Department of Toxic Substances Control recommended the partial cleanup is sufficient, but did not have an updated geotechnical report and did not take into account new estimates of sea level rise or new information on the toxicity of TCEs, which is a volatile organic compound most present in the soil. The levels of arsenic in the sediment and surface water of the East Stage March had not been sampled since 2007, when arsenic was shown to be present at unsafe concentrations. A study showing reproductive changes in fish living in the marsh has been ignored. The old city council approved the development based on the Planning Commission's approval and the DTSC. The Planning Commission, when it approved the permits for the development, discussed lighting, street surfaces, parks, and traffic, but did not discuss safety. The Commission was told by city staff that the site was a brownfield, which it definitely is not, and commissioners said later they did not know it had been qualified as a Superfund site. The dangers of contamination by heavy metals, volatile organic compounds, pesticides, or earthquakes did not come up in the Planning Commission discussions, since those dangers had been the purview of the DTSC, which had already approved a remediation plan. It was sort of like their purview and not the Planning Commission's purview. So instead of fighting the lawsuit, I urge the council to ask for a reassessment of the EIR on which the DTSC based its recommendation for the partial remediation, and also to work with the community advisory group, which have a wealth of information on this. They're brilliant. And take a new look at the EIR and the safety of this development.
Thank you. The next 4 speakers will be Andres Soto, Tarnell Abbott, Everest Fuentes, and Scott Riley. Andres Soto, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Andres? Okay, I'll come back to
Yes,
him.
he
Yeah.
needs to unmute himself. Okay.
Sorry about that. It took
Oh,
a little bit. Yeah, this is Andres Soto with Communities for a Better Environment. And I want to report to you that in part because of the resolution that you adopted supporting the stronger standard on the emissions from the catalytic cracker units at the Bay Area refineries this past week, this past Monday, yesterday, the Stationary Source Committee of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, 7 out of the 11 members approved moving forward that standard, and they rejected the standards that were being promoted by the refineries and the staff. And I want to personally thank Council Member Eduardo Martinez for testifying at that meeting on behalf of the Richmond City Council and expressing your unanimous support for that. And I want to thank you guys for taking that position. It was unfortunate that the representatives from Contra Costa County, John Joya, Mark Ross, and Karen Mitchoff were not among those 7. But you know, the rest of the Bay Area seemed to understand the threat and the risk to our communities. John Joy did support wet scrubbers, but he also wanted to continue the considerations that were being promoted by the refineries and some of the workers there. And then secondarily, I want to let the community know that the Richmond Art Power Coalition and the Asian Pacific Environmental Network and CBE are sponsoring a community town hall this Thursday on Zoom, discussing decommissioning of refineries and specifically the decommissioning of the Chevron refinery and the implications of that for our community and how our community can protect itself in the face of the industry avarice. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please unmute yourself and start when you're ready. Tarnell?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I really would like the city council to change course regarding the Zeneca site. You have the opportunity to do that. You can require the DTSC to evaluate new information on vapor intrusion and on sea level rise, and call for a new decision regarding the Zeneca site remediation. As you know, there is hazardous material on the 85-acre Zeneca site on the Richmond South shoreline, where the city entered into an ill-advised agreement to allow all hazards to remain in place and pour 65 acres of concrete on top and build 4,000 condominiums. The Cal EPA Department of Toxic Substances Control has regulatory and jurisdictional responsibility to protect humans and the environment from harmful impacts caused by hazardous waste and hazardous material on the site. This includes 550,000 cubic yards of which is off-gassing and leaking with no liner underneath and no barrier on the sides, which is draining into nearby property and the San Francisco Bay waters. Richmond residents have experience with DTSC's wait and react response to hazards in our neighborhoods. Marina Bay has 17 buried or exposed hazardous waste areas, of which DTSC has lost sight of 4 of those of over 15 years, until the public brought it back to their attention. Okay, several of those are leaking materials. However, none of them are on the scale as the Zeneca site, and which is much worse and Superfund qualified site. And you're putting at risk the safety of 10,000 or more human beings by allowing
Time
that
has expired. Thank you. And the next 10 speakers will be Everett Fuentes, Scott Riley, phone number ending in 2009. Lisa Johnson, Doria, phone number ending in 4240. Benjamin Terrio, Jonathan Braidman, Jack Ham, and Rob Smith. And just a reminder to those calling by phone, to unmute yourself, you have to push *6. Thank you. I'll start with Everett Fuentes. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I want to comment about the reevaluation of the Safe Park here at the Civic Center. I want to first and foremost say that I'm happy that the county is being involved in finding a solution for.
Sir, that item coming up, it's coming up later on the agenda. Well, actually, it will require 5. Yeah, I'll let you go ahead. We don't know if it's coming up or not. So go ahead. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. So I was just emphasizing my pleasure for the county to be involved and actually voicing my advocacy for those that are houseless into a more permanent plan than what was in place. I also want to voice my displeasure, my disappointment, and how discouraged I felt with the way this was planned without any community outreach. I just, we just went through 4 years of the Trump administration doing the same exact thing where nobody was asked an opinion and things were just done sort of in a dictative, authoritarian type of way. And we experienced this in my community with the Safe Park that was being planned here at Civic Center. None of us knew about it. And I want the narrative to actually reflect the humility that it will take in order for things to change and outreach to the community, especially when council members there know the inequities, the lack of accessibilities, the lack of resources that a major part of the demographic in the community where this was placed struggles with. And it should not be handled that way. Again, I feel like more community outreach is needed. And that should have been the first thing that was done before anything was voted on. And I want to say to those council members that voted on this without the information, without an impact report, without telling the community what resources you will use, that it is simply not okay. You may not do that to your own constituents, especially when you know the struggles. It just shows a lack of the understanding of institutional racism, and it shows a lack of understanding and the perpetuation of discrimination that goes on. And I think the council members there should know better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Scott Riley. Scott, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please unmute yourself and start when you're ready. Scott?
Yes.
Scott?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I had a trouble with my unmute button there. I'm a vice president of the East Bay Disc Golf Club, and I've been a professional disc golfer for about 30 years. And I am leading this.
Hey, Scott, this is going to come up. This is going to come up later on the agenda. So you need to wait till it comes up on the cal. It'll be right after the consent calendar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Next speaker is phone number ending in 2009. In order to unmute yourself, please push *6. You may go ahead and start when you're ready.
Yes, I'm also speaking about the disc golf course, so I will wait at the appointed time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This will be brief and short. On December 15th, you guys met to discuss Measure U, which was the gross receipts business tax that passed in November. And the council members that were outgoing at that time stated that they were not comfortable voting on making changes to decrease some of the taxes after the council members stated that they were unaware of what they had actually voted on, whereby they made Berkeley's tax rate our base or floor tax rate. So we now have the highest tax rate for businesses in the entire Bay Area, probably the nation. So the discussion at that point was that this would be brought back to the council in early 2021 for discussion as the city staff prepares to discuss Measure U. And since we are entering budget discussions, I think it's pretty important that this be brought to the council very soon. There are some changes that need to be made, including one omission, which was that ma and pa housing providers with 4 units or less would receive a tax credit for the amount that they pay into the Richmond rent program. And this was made by council members Willis and seconded Martinez, and the majority voted that in. That was omitted from the Measure U ordinance. And so that actually needs to be reinstated in there. That was passed by this council. And there are other things that should be looked at. And I just really want the council to prioritize this since we are in the thick of budget discussions and you really need to have a better understanding of what revenue you're going to be getting from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Doria. Doria, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Doria Mueller-Weilschmidt, and what I would like to do is put a thank you out there to Council Member Gail McLaughlin and city staff in the technology department regarding a change in the presentation here on the webinar that the public receives, and that is that we now can see at the top the number of panelists and the number of attendees for each meeting. It was a simple matter of enabling, but I feel it makes a real difference when I'm sitting here alone in a room and staring at a couple people on the screen to know that there's quite a difference from going to a city council meeting, but to know that, yes, we have a city and there is a very nice attendance taking place. So thank you very much, Councilmember McLaughlin, for making that happen. And then I also would like to say support Tarnal Abbott on her this idea that yes, we can reverse the going forward on this development, at least in the way that it's proposed, and that a new EIR might really, really be a very good thing to do. And Debbie's recommendation on listening to the CAG, I've been going recently to the CAG meetings. It's an absolutely remarkable group of people there. Highly recommend it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is the phone number ending in 4240. If you'll push *6 to unmute, you can go ahead and start when you're ready.
Hi, sorry, this is about the disc golf, so I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Benjamin Terrio. Benjamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can start when you're ready.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Ben Terrio. Usually I speak here on behalf of Richmond rank and file officers and sergeants, but tonight I'm speaking on my own accord, with my own personal thoughts and feelings, and want to share an announcement with the Richmond community, a community I've given years of my life to, and a community that I care deeply for. As the announcement concerns our sheriff, David Livingston, who for years has been unchallenged and unmoved to modify positions to address community concerns regarding policing and public safety. For years, he held undocumented communities in fear of law enforcement in our county due to his ICE contract, dramatically affecting our ability in law enforcement to serve this portion of our community. He held our neighbors in El Cerrito hostage over 911 service regarding a political decision, forcing that city to spend additional money it badly needed at a moment's notice. Outside of increasing the size of the West County Detention Center, the sheriff has shown minute interest in our community and West County in general. His deliberate indifference towards learning and adapting to our changing times should come at great concern. If a police union president can recognize these issues and understand changes needed to be made in community policing, then a sheriff should as well. I have filed paperwork to challenge and run against Sheriff David Livingston in 2022. I look forward to earning the council's individual support and this community support and bringing a proper sheriff into that position in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think you should make an announcement that electoral announcements are not allowed in open forum or in the city council meeting, because this person obviously did not know that.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, I'll move on to the next speaker, Jack Ham. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can start when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Council. The Brown Act defines an emergency as a crippling activity, work stoppage, or other activity which severely impairs public health, safety, or both. The vote taken at the beginning of this meeting to discuss the work at Hilltop Lake Park does not meet this.
Excuse me a minute. If this is about disc golf, you need to wait till it comes up on the.
No, it's about the violation of the Brown Act on the vote.
Well, I know, but the subject is disc golf. So
well, how can I argue against the vote to discuss it if I can't?
Everybody will get a chance to speak. It'll come up right after the consent calendar.
Prior to the discussion?
Yeah, you can speak on it right after the consent calendar.
Okay.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Rob Smith. Rob, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start when you're ready.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I appreciate our Congress members showing up to this city council meeting, and Mayor Tom Butts and his sense of humor about how dysfunctional local politics can be. I'm glad that is a joke to everyone. So my question here is in regards to what the Congress member said about removing Chevron from the city of Richmond. And my question for the council is what will take the place of Chevron in terms of business tax revenues and jobs to the city. The RPA currently is pushing Lift Up Richmond to help with the budget. And they also promoted Measure U, which is regressive, which is a very regressive tax to businesses. And so my concern is that, like others pointed out, that if Chevron is removed from the city, and Measure U and other things that the RPA is pushing as regressive to businesses, what will take its place? I come from a family of carpenters, teamsters, laborers. I am pro-union, and much of our work depends on private business. And what I see in this town currently from the RPA specifically is, I guess they don't realize how important that is to a city budget to promote business. So I hope that in the act of removing Chevron from the county and the city, you will have something to take its place with equally skilled jobs like steam fitters, pipe fitters, engineers, and so on. So thank you.
Thank you. And I do see one last speaker, Venice Wagner. You can go ahead and start. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
I think there's some mistake. I didn't sign up to speak right now.
Okay. Okay, thank you. There are no more speakers.
Okay, that was the last speaker, right?
Right.
Is that
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes.
I will ask one more time. Are there any more speakers? Okay, that brings us to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar with the deletion of item G5?
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Vice Mayor Johnson, second by
Willis.
Willis. Okay. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Buck.
Yes.
Vote is unanimous.
Okay, now that brings us to the disc golf issue. So would Councilmember Bates or Martinez like to introduce that?
Go ahead, Eduardo. I'll follow
Sure.
you.
Sure. The reason we considered this an emergency item is because there was work being done. Work had been done before it had been approved by the city council, by anybody of the city, and so we wanted to ensure that work stoppage had taken place, and we also want to make sure that everyone on staff should know the process of getting jobs done. Obviously, some people forgot or they did not adhere to the rules and regulations that the city has laid down. So for those reasons, and for the safety of the citizens who use the park, I have no idea what sorts of precautions were made when all of the heavy equipment was there, rooting out vegetation, cutting down trees. But it's city property, and we need to protect it for the use of our citizens.
I'll just follow up very briefly. I've indicated my concerns earlier, but I did a little research with a colleague of mine, not on the council, and we found that this item went before the Recreation and Parks Commission with a presentation. The minutes do not reflect whether there was approval or not. But had it been approved, the next step would have been to take it probably to the Planning Commission, a design review to make sure the design was appropriate, and then eventually with public input to come before the council. That did not occur. I talked with Planning Director Lisa today. She indicated she had no knowledge of it. I talked to the city manager, who is the oversight of everything employees do within the city. She didn't have any knowledge of it. Then we find out that recreation staff members were employed to do some of the removal of the debris and the shrubbery and the fruit, I think blackberry bushes, and cutting down on a tree. Now, what kind of city do we run where people can arbitrarily do anything they want without going through the due process of public hearing? There are 4 neighborhood councils in the Hilltop area: Hilltop Village, Hilltop Greens, Hilltop District, which Mrs. Zapater, incidentally, wrote a letter supporting the project. I talked with the chairman of the Fairmead Hilltop, Mr. Rattini, and he indicated that it never came before him. Yet at the meeting, there was a statement to the fact that they had the approval of the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council. Something is wrong that we use staff members to facilitate and work to generate a project where it looks like it's going to be a money-making project for someone because they're going to charge fees to participate. This is the most embarrassing situation I've experienced since I've been on the council, a misuse of staff. And I like for the city manager to provide us documentation of communication, letters, and the planning commission, the Recreation Parks Commission minutes, so that we will all have an idea. This borders upon some real strange and illegal activities. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. The speakers will undoubtedly give a greater degree of expression than what both Councilmember Martinez and I have said. So thank you, and I'm finished.
I wanted to call on the city manager. I believe she had something to contribute before we go to other council members.
Sure, I have a little bit of background information for everyone, and some nets that are coming up for everyone to be aware of. So first of all, as I mentioned previously, all work related to a course has. I want to assure everyone that there is no work currently being conducted. In response to citizen concerns that were raised on a March 9th.
You're muted. No, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't think I'm touching anything. I'll try one more time, sorry. So all work has stopped. In response to citizen concerns raised the March 9th Recreation and Park Commission meeting, consideration of supporting a disc golf course has been agendized again for action by the Recreation and Parks Commission on April the 7th. So another meeting at the committee is scheduled. The Recreation and Parks Commission did hear a presentation on December the 2nd. Some of you have referenced that. The committee was generally enthusiastic about the project at that time. On January 20th, an adopt a spot agreement was signed, as is our practice. It is a year-to-year type of situation where it outlines who's paying for what. We have a number of these with different community members for different areas. On January the 4th, the Hilltop District Neighborhood Council sent a signed letter of support to the nonprofit club. On February the 5th, the Recreation and Parks Chair sent a letter to the East Bay Golf Club, and that letter from the commission did say that they hope it moved forward and that they hope they would have support of some of the city staff members with making that happen, along with the funding that the club was going to be providing. So the real issue here that we probably will need to spend some more time researching and talking with you all about is our policies, and I have one precedent I can share with you all. So we have currently found no guiding policies to address this. We do have a written policy regarding street renaming. However, it is very specific just to street renaming and doesn't seem to apply in this case. We have one similar item in the recent past that staff can think of, and that was in December of 2018. There was a proposal to create a soccer field And a presentation was made to Recreation and Parks Commission, similar to what was done with this incident. And the project did move forward after that presentation. We found no evidence so far that went to the City Council for additional approval or any other steps in terms of planning processes or anything like that. So again, there will be a meeting again on this at the Recreation and Parks Commission meeting in April. We do need to continue to research sort of where is their policy on the issue, or what policy does the council want to create. One of the items that some cities have that you all may want to consider that I'm unaware that we have at this point, and we'll keep looking for it in case maybe we do, is what I would call, what some communities call a call-up policy. And in a call-up policy, it's where the city council can review decisions of a board committee or commission and look at it directly themselves when there's not another policy that says it must go forward to the city council. We also will create, I'll be working with staff to create a package of materials that provide all of this information about what has happened to date, so that we can share it with the community and with the city council members. So I just wanted to let you know with what we had in front of us at this time in terms of the envelope that we have in which to operate.
So to be clear, where are you on this? Is this project on hold until something happens, or what?
Yes, so all work and everything related to implementing this has been stopped. And the next point where the community should become involved is to work with the commission.
Okay.
In April.
Okay. Are there questions from council members? Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I received several emails about this, as did likely other council members, all of us perhaps. And I sent the information I got to Lena, I think, because I thought they must have had some kind of an application, and she proceeded to let me know that no application was received, and she forwarded it to Public Works, right, to Parks to find out where things are at, and they were looking into it. So this was Friday, I think, and I also went to the site and checked it out, and of course there were all kinds of people walking, and children and elderly people, and the emails that I got were so clear in that this has a danger to it, because these discs have these sharp edges and they're thrown very quickly. There was videos that someone sent me that were quite frightening if you think about people in the park. So I was glad that this item was brought forward here, because I was working through staff, and now hopefully staff will still be working to address this situation. I don't think it is appropriate to have it in this park. And one thing that came through with the emails were people that were disc golfers themselves, who were saying they agree that this is not the right place for this kind of an activity. And so that was very interesting to see. So I think it's from everything I'm hearing, this is not a good place to have this recreational activity.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I think also we need to look at the process. I agree with city manager that we need to also have further discussion, probably not today, but on what is our policies around this, and have a more tight process for these things to occur, and who is making the decision. I have a question, because people are mentioning the East Bay Golf Club. Who are they, and are they part of the community? Who are the members? Somebody knows?
So there is
I think you'll be hearing from someone.
Right. There is a 501c3, and I suspect there will be some speakers who can give more information about that when we do public comment.
Okay. Are you done?
Yeah,
Councilmember
Dan,
Dominguez?
I would love to know who are the members of this East Bay Golf Club. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, so I'm the liaison for the Parks and Rec Commission. I was actually unaware about this issue until it was brought to my attention last week as well. So I do have a few questions because I'm kind of still not clear on any of this. So if I can just get some straightforward answers, that'd be great. This is city-owned property across the street on Lakeside Drive where the construction is happening, correct?
Yes.
Who approved the project? Which body?
So that is where there is not clarity. We don't have a policy or a clear process. We have a precedent. The precedent is that the Recreation and Parks Commission can give a nod to a project like this. And so that is our precedent.
So that is problematic. Not getting mad at you, city manager, not shooting a messenger, but that is problematic. You can just nod your head to a project on city land and somebody can just roll in there and start remodeling it just from a...
That is what we have done in the past in at least one incident.
Just one back in 2018.
2018.
When?
Hold up, please.
I'm sorry. I'm getting very angry with this conversation. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, you're not the only one. Hold on, I'm just trying to get
Councilmember Willis still has.
Okay, for that precedented project, then did it actually move forward as is, or did anything ever happen to it, or is it one of those projects that got a head nod but didn't go nowhere?
So my understanding, it went ahead, and I am now out of my knowledge base. And if our interim director or other folks have additional knowledge and would like to shed light, please feel free to join in.
I like to shed light. It was a soccer field, and the city controlled it. And it was given where some of the soccer players participated, Mr. Garcia, as I recall, but it was not given to a 501c or other organization. The city still owns that property, and that's the fact.
So
and we voted on it. We voted on it. City council voted on that.
So there was this 501c3 just got a head nod from the Parks and Rec Commission, and then immediately or sometime afterwards started using staff resources to go onto city land and start developing this project that apparently nobody within the city had actually approved. Am I characterizing that correctly?
Mr. Mayor, if I could respond, my name is Jim Nantel. I'm the interim community services director. Essentially, as the city manager has pointed out,
you kind of cut out. Sorry. You said essentially yes.
I said, I'm sorry. I said that what the city manager has explained has been the past practice. Essentially,
that's wrong.
From the Parks Department standpoint, their understanding has been that these come to the Parks and Rec Commission for a public presentation. And if there's no objection to it, then the Parks Division goes forward and works with the applicant. They sign a spot agreement where they accept responsibility to maintain the improvements they put in. And of course, that agreement allows the city to terminate it at any time. So they begin to work on that. And part of that agreement agrees that the department may provide some assistance. And that's obviously what was happening last week. The department was out there trying to prepare some of the sites for the installation. And then, as you've heard, last week, there was somebody who came to the commission meeting and complained about it. And so that's when we said, stop. The chairman said, let's bring it back to the commission. Let's get more information and I would certainly agree with the council members that they probably should make a real decision, not just as you say, nod their head. That their practice had been not to take action, just to hear it. And if they object to it, they say no. If they're comfortable with it, they let it go forward and the staff implements it. That's the way it worked in 2018. And that's the way it worked in this particular case.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a debate on how it worked in 2018, only because I'm hearing council members. I vaguely remember the soccer field one, but it sounds like the council members we had an official position on that one and the city has control, whereas this one just sounded like a head nod to a nonprofit and then some construction remodeling was done. I got several other questions, but I know this is a hot topic. I just want to keep it respectful so we can move the meeting along. But my personal opinion, and I will hopefully formalize this in a motion if it's appropriate, I don't think this should be talked about right now at the Parks and Rec Commission on the 7th, because to me, this sends like a very terrible precedent to give people a head nod on how we own city land and people can start doing whatever with it. That makes me uncomfortable and unsettled. And I don't think that should have even been an unofficial practice at all, personally, now that I'm aware of it. And at some point, I don't know if closed session, open session, whatever the appropriate session we need to do, we need to talk about this immediately and really nail that down, because that is completely unacceptable. I've been sitting here telling neighbors who've been complaining to me about it that, oh, if the Parks Commission approved it or if the Planning Commission approved it and they broke ground, there may be nothing we can do. And it sounds like there wasn't even an official approval, but just excitement. I was excited about this homeless safe park at the Civic Center, but now that we have some further feedback, there's now a vote of reconsideration. And that was after a formalized vote. We can't, I had not blaming anybody, but I'm upset just hearing this. So you can imagine the seniors at Heritage Park and other people who live in that area, how pissed off they might be. And it's more understandable now that I'm hearing this. So I'll yield the floor, but this shouldn't be talked about on the 7th, in my opinion.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, and if you find me going out of line, set me straight, because I'm very, very angry. I'm very, very angry at the mischaracterization of the Park and Rec, because I was on the Park and Rec. I know how it worked. I know just to put a bench on city property, we had to go through a process. And the process was extensive. And then it had to go before the city council. And you're trying to tell me that we have a process so extensive for a park bench, and we don't have anything for an 18-hole disc course that goes through the middle of traffic, pedestrian traffic. That is a, the Park and Recs department should be angry that they were characterized as such. And for the city manager to whitewash this by saying that there was no policy it really angers me. I have not ever been this angry as far as I can remember. This is it should be investigated. This is such a miscarriage of public policy that it's I'm speechless. When I get the words back, I'd like to finish up, but right now I'm just so angry I can't talk.
Okay, well, let's give you a break and hear from public speakers. Madam Clerk, would you call the public speakers?
We have 4 public speakers: Jack Ham, phone number ending in 3084, Jonathan Braidman, Mike Parker, Lisa Johnson. 5 speakers. Please be prepared to unmute yourself. If you're calling by phone, press the star and the number 6 key. And Jesswara, can you please call the speakers?
Sure, I'll start with Jack Ham. Jack, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Martinez and Councilmember Bates' strong urge to follow planning environmental processes with regard to the Hilltop Lake Park is very commendable. And thank you very much for your concern and Councilmember Martinez, I share your anger on that. However, it's unreasonable stretch to claim this was an emergency situation under the Brown Act, as the city manager had advised council prior to vote that work was not occurring and that the next Park and Recreation meeting to discuss the situation was not until April 7th. This action is a clear violation of the Brown Act and should not have been taken up outside a regular meeting agenda. I encourage council to familiarize themselves with their obligations under California Government Code to avoid continued violation of state law and the continued infringement on the rights of the citizens to participate in the democracy. So thank you very much. And hopefully you can move this to a properly planned agenda where folks can actually know that they should come and attend rather than stacking it with people that already complained about it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is phone number ending in 3084. Please unmute yourself by pushing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start when you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay. I'm Janet Van Wicklen. I'm a resident of Hilltop Village in Richmond. And I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to address you all. I want to speak to the safety and liability risks facing the city of Richmond if the disc golf project moves forward. So some history. In 2012, a Noreen Goodbody was blinded in one eye by a flying golf disc at a Manhattan Beach park while watching her daughter compete in a race. She endured at least 4 surgeries and ongoing medical problems caused by the sharp, heavy golf disc slamming into her face. More than a year later, a 6-year-old boy sustained a life-threatening brain injury at the same park, which was finally closed in 2014. An attorney representing Ms. Goodbody sued the city for $3 million and won. As he put it, and I think these comments are very relevant to our situation, it's like no light bulb went off with anybody. It all sounded like a great idea, but nobody vetted it, nobody cared, and no one took responsibility. There is no way that this type of game should be played at a multi-use park. The game should be played on dedicated land like a golf course. When the YMCA and the Making Waves Academy are fully opened, our parking lots will be packed, as they were in the past. And Hilltop Lake Park will again host running teams, Y members jogging and walking and socializing, and more families will again be recreating in our park. Flying discs have no place in this environment. So please ask yourselves, can the city of Richmond afford even one $3 million lawsuit? And how would you feel if a child were wounded or blinded? Please
Time has
refuse the
expired.
disc golf.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jonathan Braidman. Jonathan, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm the president of the East Bay Disc Golf Club. I'm calling in because I just heard sort of via email that this was going to be on the agenda today. We had no idea that this was coming, unfortunately. We'd be happy to present to the city council on this matter. We went through a process which we thought was a legit process. We're not politicians, and we're all volunteers who love the sport and put in their free time to do this. We presented at the Hilltop Neighborhood Council and it was approved there. Sorry, my infant's gonna go off in a second. We did present to the Parks and Recs Commission and we received a letter of approval from them. And then we filled out an Adopt a Spot form and that was approved. As soon as we heard that there were people who were opposed to this, which we didn't know, we stopped what we were doing at this park. We'd be happy to go through whatever process the council decides is appropriate for this. We'd love to be presented the opportunity to present our sport, which has been operated fairly and safely in many multi-use parks across the Bay Area without incident, including Aquatic Park, which is a very busy park for over 40 years without major incident or complaint. We do this by etiquette, safety training, clinics, all sorts of things. This is a sport that's very safe and played by people of all ages and backgrounds. But if the people of Richmond do not want a park to be installed or a disc golf course to be installed for free, by the way, by us, and the people who love the sport, that's totally fine. We just like to be presented the opportunity to bring our people together and let you know what we'd like to do there at the next council meeting or whenever.
Time has expired. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask, because he mentioned volunteers, can the last speaker name?
You can ask him a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you name the volunteers who are working in this, the names, please?
The volunteer people who are involved in putting this course in particular?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so one is me, Jonathan Braidman. There's also Scott Riley. And there's Jesse Miller, Case Conover. I actually have over 800 people who have signed on to help with this. I can send you that list, and I can send all the council members that list we did a petition via change.org just to gather support. We have a whole board. We're all just elected, and we have quarterly board meetings. So there's about 14 of us. I can give you all those people's names via email maybe later, if that's.
I'll be a little more direct. Is Andrew Butt part of this?
Andrew Butt is a disc golfer in our community, and he has been helping with this.
Okay, in that case, I would like to ask the mayor to recuse himself.
Are there any more public speakers, Madam Clerk?
I like to, Mr. Mayor, I like to ask the gentleman a question.
Okay.
You have an advertisement out, sir, with reference to a tournament on May the 22nd and 23rd. Included in that advertisement, there's a fee of $90 and $100. So where did that money go to?
Yeah. So we had planned originally when we thought that this was going to be approved and that people were happy about it, which clearly that's not the case. And so we stopped. When we thought it was going to be approved, we planned a tournament. It wasn't going to be like an opening tournament. The park was going to be open before then. And the park was always intended. Whatever we build there was going to be free for everyone to use at all times. We never charge fees for anything. This was a specific tournament where players are charged a fee, and 100% of the money that goes into those tournaments actually goes back to the players or into discs and things that the players win, trophies, stuff like that. So there's no profit. And in fact, if you look at the PDGA, the regulations for tournaments like this require 100% of the money to go back to the players.
I'm sorry, I don't wish to be ignored. I said that the mayor should be recused. Legal department?
That's not something we're talking about right now. We're in public comment, so could we proceed?
You can be recused at any time.
Well, that's the mayor's choice. But I had one last question. You say we. Are you indicating that your
I'm
members
sorry,
help?
Nat, I hate to interrupt you, but I would like the legal decision on this.
City attorney, you want to say anything about it?
It's my understanding that the mayor's son plays the sport.
And he's on the board?
No.
No.
Can you still hear me?
He's helped with the process?
Yeah, since he's a Richmond resident and a disc golfer.
There you go.
He's been helping us, but he's not on our board.
Okay.
Not a member of the Bay Disc Golf Club either, as far as I know.
So,
okay. Point of information.
Let's move on. I'm not going to recuse myself, so it's. I don't know why you want to keep talking about it. Let's move on.
I would like legal to finish her statement.
I'm not seeing a basis for the mayor to recuse at this point in time. I'm assuming the mayor's son is a grown adult. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
That's true.
And he's not you don't support him financially. He's on his own financially.
Okay, do you have,
I'm not aware of any facts that would require the mayor to recuse at this time.
are there any more
Well,
questions for the?
I just had one last question to the gentleman. He said in the preparation for the course, he said we. Does that mean that he and his group, as well as the city staff, worked on that project and someone had to design it? So who did the designing of the project, of the course?
So the design was done in several stages with input from various members of the community of different skill levels, male and female. We had about, I don't know, 10 to 20 walkthroughs of the site, looking out for both safety and interest level for the course. The head designer is Scott Riley, who I think is also here and would be happy to speak to the course design in more detail. But in general, it was a community effort. The design was taking input from many other people. In terms of specific areas of the course, or park rather, that people congregate in, we've done our best to avoid those wherever possible.
Okay, any more questions for this particular speaker? If not, let's call the next speaker.
The next speaker is Lisa Johnson, and the following 5 speakers after that are Marlene, Scott Riley, phone number ending in 2009, Alpa, and Rob Smith. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, council. While disc golf may be a potentially interesting sport to bring to Richmond, this is yet another example of utter disrespect for the process and the public. The golf club, including Planning Commissioner Andrew Butt, a couple board members, and a city employee, presented to the Rec and Parks Commission on December 2nd. Commissioner Joey Smith brought up several good points regarding underwriting and insurance, upkeep, and parking. For insurance, Commissioner Butt said that just like any park, it would be insured by the city. He didn't think there would be any issues, but concern for joggers and walkers was brought up. He showed a sign that they've installed, "Watch for Flying Discs," at Berkeley Aquatic Park, that is extremely small. It begs the question, who is looking out for and protecting the people, including the elderly and disabled folks who frequently use this park, from getting hit? And would a tiny sign like that surely indemnify the city from any liability? Regarding upkeep, Commissioner Butt said that the maintenance would be minimal and that it would ideally involve the city and that there would be some city ownership. Regarding parking, they asked if there was going to be having an event, and if so, where they would park and who would oversee parking. Commissioner Butt admitted that parking is a bit of an issue, and a lot of it in the area is private parking, including the YMCA, Hilltop, and Making Waves. Interestingly, at that point, the club had had no discussions with any of these entities, let alone an agreement in place as of the December meeting. Importantly, Commissioner Joey Smith had a few requests for follow-up. She wanted the presenters to come back with a signed petition, including both signatures and their addresses, to help gauge support and diversity. She also indicated it was extremely important that they go to the city council to seek approval. Chair Maren Hurlbut recommended that they ask the club for a petition, and that they also went out to the RNCC to gauge complete Richmond community support. This was rushed because they had a May 22nd event date, and they clearly violated the public process and trust.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Marlene. Marlene, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Mayor and City Council, I've been listening to you all fight, I don't know, maybe for the past 10 minutes or so over this Frisbee golf course. And, you know, I appreciate the righteousness regarding due process. I think that that's very needed in Richmond, and especially in Richmond politics. And I'm hoping that this is actually, you know, a change in the winds, a changing course and valuing due process. You know, the whole safe parking program, it was it was a fiasco. It felt corrupt in so many ways. And the biggest part was just the violation of due process and the lack of community outreach and so many other problematic things. And I just hope that, you guys are going to apply this passion for due process to all projects, measures, et cetera, from now on. And I also want to speak to something that's deeply personal to me. As a Latina, it's disheartening to listen to Gail McLaughlin go on about protecting children from, Frisbees, and to think about how Gail and the RPA were so ready to put a homeless RV camp within close vicinity of children, and recognizing that it's impossible to mitigate the dangers that would come along with a project like that. And to think, is it just that brown children don't matter? It just boggles my mind. And I really hope that this is perhaps a moment for the council to really sit down and think about what they are prioritizing in this city, and whether they are prioritizing equitable, treatment of all residents of this city. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Scott Riley. Scott, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Vice president of the East Bay Disc Golf Club, and have been a pro disc golfer for about 30 years. And I was involved with the design process, and at the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, and as well as the neighborhood council meetings. And we had all our approvals in place as far as we knew. And we actually did no physical work out at the park. But I'd like to, stress that disc golf is a activity that's very cheap, inexpensive to the new players. It's a great activity to get outdoors and exercise. We do plan to do clinics for local youth groups as part of our stewardship of the park in the future. And we'd like to work with the city council to present this in another session. We don't think that this is an emergency. The work has been stopped, as been mentioned before. And this is a very low impact project. There will be no trees cut down. As John mentioned, we designed the course to be as safe as possible. And we're even considering convex mirrors on a couple of the holes that play down the pathways. Also, etiquette's a huge part of our game. We've, as John mentioned again, at Aquatic Park in Berkeley, we've had no incidents in 40 years of the course being there in a mixed use park. So we really think this is a great project for the city. There'll be no cost to the city. It's all funded through
Your
private
time has
donation.
expired. Thank you. And the following speakers, the phone
I
number.
would,
You
excuse
have a
me.
question, Councilor Martinez?
Yes, I do. If there were no trees cut, why was I able to take photographs of tree stumps?
That was something that the Parks District did. It's nothing that we requested.
If I may, good evening, Mayor, but members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq.
Unmute yourself, Tawfiq.
I apologize. Good evening, Mayor, but members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi. I'm the Interim Director of Public Works. I apologize. I meant to speak earlier. I've been having internet connection problems. My sincerest apologies. Yes, so city staff has performed some maintenance activities at the park in question. Part of the routine activities of cutting back poison oak. I believe a dead tree was removed. It's true some additional removal of bushes and things like that was done. concurrently. So it was a routine maintenance with a little bit of extra work to facilitate the proposed project that was going to come in the near future. So Public Works staff has been involved. Public Works staff has walked through the locations with some of these disc golf community members that we've heard from tonight, with the understanding that earlier on these things were moving forward. And of course, now we know that everything has stopped. My understanding, there's been no construction activities, but there has been some, let's say, the park's maintenance, bushes and things like that. So I heard earlier mention of construction activities, and I don't think that's been the case. And I guess I would welcome any questions from Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Bates, or any other council members at this time.
Yes, Mr. Hallaby, I do respect you. I've seen the work that you've done, but in this case, I really feel that there's a bit of whitewashing. If this is routine work, I've never seen this kind of routine work ever in the entire time that you've been with staff. And it's quite interesting that the routine work was done wherever the goalposts were supposed to be. So I'm just really I feel like staff is whitewashing this issue so that you can cover yourselves. And the fact that this is not an emergency is totally false. This is an emergency. When there's a breakdown of process, and you know the process, when there's a breakdown in process, it's an emergency. When staff obscures what they know about procedures to whitewash what's taken place, there is an emergency. I have, if staff wants to earn my trust, my respect, they need to be upfront. They need to be honest, and they need to provide the city manager with the knowledge that she needs so she can perform her job as a city manager adequately. The information that she's been given is false, and it is showing her to be ineffective. And I don't think that it's fair to her to have a staff do that to her.
Okay.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
How long have you been with the city, Mr. Hallaby?
Going on 12 years. Next month will be 12 years. Actually, sorry, make that 11 years.
Now, this trimming of shrubbery and etc., this was coordinated to please whatever this golf group wanted. You didn't just go and just trim as a natural. That was blueberry trees, branches, I think. There was blackberries. They were also, and they would trim where these 18 or 17 so-called holes were to go. Am I not correct in that? Or did I miss?
So, yeah, Council, I think we need to be careful. We're not here to put anyone on trial or find blame at this point with particular staff members. There has clearly been a breakdown in process, probably due to lack of understanding.
It's not a breakdown. It's not a breakdown, Madam City Attorney, when you ask a specific question. And I'm asking, was this not concerted, cooperative to apply these cutting of the bushes and the trees or limbs to accommodate?
Right. So I would like our interim director to provide a full understanding of what was done within the understanding of how this, how we address these over time.
And lastly, was the city manager aware of what you were doing?
So the city manager was.
We've lost your audio.
Lost your voice. Lost your audio.
We've lost your audio.
I'm truly sorry.
Look, I think it's a good idea to move on. I think that
Well, let him answer the question. Either
Sure.
he did or
Well,
not.
what difference does it make? It's
Well, I would be
I
happy to
think you ought to
speak.
take this up with the city manager, not with Mr. Hallaby. Um, you know, I think what's happened here is that the group that introduced this, they came and they asked people what they needed to do, and they did everything they needed to do, and then
No.
well, they asked pertinent staff what they needed to do. They got answers. They did it. It turned out that it may not have been the best way to go about it, but they did it in good faith. And I think city staff people did the same thing. They went through a process they've gone through before. So I think we ought to quit
In
beating.
other words, I don't get an answer to my question.
Well, I think you ought to ask the city manager instead of
I'm
beating.
asking the man who is speaking. I didn't ask the city manager. He's the one. Did he get permission or communicate with the city manager what he was doing as related to this project? That's
Go
a
ahead,
simple
talk. We
question.
lost your audio when you were there before.
Well, you either yes or no.
Can you hear me now? Is it
Yes.
possible? Okay, so thank you, Councilmember Bates. So the city manager was not apprised of the activities that were going on at Lakeside Park. I'll go back to something earlier. So at the same time that some routine maintenance was performed at the park, city staff did some additional minor work to accommodate the future installation of these facilities for this disc golf park. And I heard there was some concern about the volume of bushes and brush and blackberries that were removed. And I hear you, and that's how it went.
So I'm going to add something in here. I started getting emails about sometime back in 2020, and they were all the same. They were form emails, and they said, "Stop the clear cutting at Hilltop Park," and they went on with some detail. So I contacted Yoder, who at that time was Public Works Director and was in charge of parks maintenance. And I sent him an email and I said, Yoder, what's going on? And he said, we're just doing routine maintenance. You know, we're doing fire prevention work and taking out weeds and invasive plants and that kind of thing. I got over 1,000 emails from people all over the world. And I finally got smart enough that I automatically dumped everything in my junk file and quit reading them. But you know, this struggle between what's the ideal park at Hilltop is one that's been going on a long time, predates disc golf, and most of I think most of what people believe was done for disc golf has been done for years just to maintain the park. So I wanted to share that with you. So are you guys through? Are you through interrogating Tawfiq?
May I clarify the issue that you addressed me, Mr. Bott?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Yoder.
Yeah. The question that you asked me was related to a contract to clean the lake, the outlet of the lake, you know, for environmental issues,
Right.
not related to what has been described here.
Well, I know that. I was just bringing up the fact that some people at Hilltop, actually all over the world, have been complaining about maintenance work in that park now for months and months. And you may recall I asked you about it and you explained it was just routine maintenance work, right? Well, anyway, so have we heard from all the public speakers?
No.
No? Okay, well, let's go back to public speakers.
Okay, I'll start with the phone caller ending in 2009. To unmute yourself, please push *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and phone caller ending in 2009.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Hi, my name is Rosie Sorensen. I've lived in Richmond for 31 years, and I've walked around the Hilltop Lake Park for 25. I'm speaking tonight to urge you to stop the construction of a disc golf course at the park and to hold the public hearings that should have been held prior to the course getting approval by agencies other than the City Council. In fact, I don't understand why the City Council was not informed. The park belongs to the city and its people. Whose idea was it to turn it over to a private company? We only learned of these plans by accident on Friday, February 26th, when we ran into Scott Riley at the park. Why the secrecy? Why not hold town meetings? I'll tell you why. Because this course is a disaster. The cities of Pleasant Hill and Martinez have already denied similar plans for similar reason: dangers to animals and people and devastation to their parks' environments. Councilman Bates and Martinez very kindly agreed to come for a tour on Saturday so they could see with their own eyes what we're concerned about. To say that they were perturbed is an understatement. Our engineer has told them and us that the course as currently designed by the developers violates the rules of good course design as laid out by their own Disc Golf Designers Association. And further, that part of the course is going to be situated on a steep hill only 96 feet away from the backyards of the overlook homes. We've talked to homeowners up there. They hate this. To other council members and Mayor Butt, I say, please let us give you the same tour so that you can see with your own eyes the destruction that has been carried out in our beloved park and what more is planned for the future. I also urge you to read the packet of information Councilman Bates sent to you, because in that you will find exactly that all the brush and things that were done are exactly where the tees and the, I don't know what you call them, baskets are going to be. So it corresponds directly. Our
Your
engineer
time has
made a map.
expired.
It's
Thank you. And the next speaker is Rob Smith. Rob, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, this has been an interesting topic. During this conversation, I quickly Googled injuries related to disc golf, and I suggest that the rest of the city council does that also, because these kind of extreme conversations about injuries at Hilltop, it's a little extreme. Other parts of the city deal with gun violence and way bigger safety issues like reckless driving on 23rd than disc golf in a park. I actually don't play disc golf. I think that the city should go through a due process and making sure there's adequate, funding and whatever else needs to happen to keep up with the course or the park so that it can be used by city residents, because it is our park as city residents. But I do think that disc golf could be a positive use for a park that may not always be used by large groups of people. So, kind of in closing, hopefully that the city council, now that they know what the Brown Act is and know about due process, they will go forward, with decisions like this as they should, and bring the public into the comments. So thank you.
Thank you. And the last 6 speakers are the phone number ending in 4240, Geoff, phone number ending in 2352, Lorna Murdoch, phone number ending in 3138, Case, and I have extra hands, Marissa Marquez and Oscar. Just a reminder to those calling in by phone, to unmute yourself, please push *6. I'll start with the phone number ending in 4240. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Council. My name is David Erickson. I've been playing disc golf for over 40 years. I've also been a member of the Hilltop Y for over 20 years, and have hiked and biked in the park for 20 plus years. When I first heard about the course about a week ago, my initial reaction was, that's so irresponsible. For one thing, these discs are not the Frisbees you teach your kids to play with. In fact, No one plays catch with these discs because even if you catch them, they hurt. They are made of heavier, harder plastic and have a sharp edge, and they fly at very high speeds. When choosing a park for dual use, safety of the existing users must be your first concern. This is not a space for a dual-use park. It is essentially a small lake and a trail around the lake with way too little land on either side of the trail for disc golf. This course would overwhelm any other uses and users of the park. What you don't want on a disc golf course is to encounter pedestrians, hikers, bikers, dog walkers, kids, elderly folks, worst of all, moms with strollers, all of which I've seen in the park. Because of the nature of this park, you not only have to throw across the trail, you have to throw along or into it numerous times without proper visibility. In other words, you're throwing blind without knowing if other park users are present. On many courses where you're forced to cross a trail, you typically have an open fairway where you can see who's coming and going. I've played numerous courses
Your time
all
has
over the
expired.
country.
Thank you. The next speaker is Geoff. Geoff, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Jeff Goss. I'm a resident of Richmond, of the Hilltop Fairmead area. I'm speaking today to voice my support for a disc golf course at the Lakeside Park. As a golfer for the last 20 years, I've seen many successful mixed-use parks utilized for disc golf in harmony with the regular users. One of the best examples is Aquatic Park just down 80 from us, where I play every Saturday. Disc golfers are extremely respectful of mixed use. They attempt every way they possibly can to make sure that nobody will get injured and that they know exactly where their discs are going. We play Saturday mornings, and if you've ever been to Aquatic Park, there's many people walking along the paths. There's many places where the disc golf course crosses the paths. Disc golfers, like I said, will spend their time walking out, making sure that things are clear before throwing. I also got the chance to, I've lived in this area for a couple of years now, and the first time that I got to go check out the lake at the park was this last weekend. It strikes me as most of the golf course will be outside of the boundaries of the path, and that it will be fairly safe. And I think that it would be a great addition to the city of Richmond. So I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is the phone number ending in 2352. Please unmute yourself by pushing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Phone number ending in 2352.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is James Daniels. I live over here on Lakeside. What I'm concerned about is that all these years I've been around here, nobody has went down to that park and tried to clean it out so that we have clear paths to walk or ride bicycles. Nobody has done that until now. And I don't understand why they didn't pick this area to have this court. How come they didn't go somewhere else where people don't associate or walk around so much, especially elderly people? This is the only place we can walk and be safe. Now we can't do that. Why? Because somebody want to gain some money or be popular with somebody else? I don't think so. This is not the time for it. We need to have this space for us to walk and be among our elder friends. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lorna Murdoch. Lorna, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Council. I've been on since, well, almost 3 hours now because I was planning to be here for agenda items 1-2, 1-3, and 1-4, and I'm just not sure whether those topics are actually going to be brought up this evening. And I wanted to know what the plan is for the regular agenda that was posted.
It'll come up later in the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
You're
I'll yield
welcome. Next is a phone number ending in 3138. Please unmute yourself by pushing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Phone number ending in 3138.
Yes, hello? Hello?
Yes, you can go ahead and start.
Hello? Can you hear
Yes.
me? Thank you. Hey, hello, I'm Lindsay Jensen. I think I would like to start by thanking Scott Riley, whom we met at the lake on February 26th and who told us about the project. If he had not told us about it, we would not have known, and I guess nobody would have known. We also had a meeting with John Braidman where we discussed the golf course, and we mentioned at that time the $3 million lawsuit at Huntington Beach. At that time, it was John's comment that that course should never have been approved. So I would like to ask John, how can our course possibly be safer than the course at Huntington Beach? If this project is approved, the park will effectively be taken away from the many and given to a small select group of golfers who could easily go to one of the many other courses. In the Professional Disc Golf Association's guidelines, it says that courses should be located in a single-use area, and fairways should not cross or be close to any multi-use area. None of these guidelines have been observed. Indeed, it will be impossible to observe them in our park, which is utterly unsuitable for a project of this kind. You cannot compare our park to the aquatic park in Beverly Hills, or in Berkeley, which you can see if you go there. I've heard golf courses call our park interesting, so I guess they came, saw, and said, wow, how wonderful, this is a really challenging place for us. So let's just do it quietly without informing the regular users of the park or the neighbors or even the city council. Did not risk causing a stir until we are done. So this project has shown no compliance with the Brown Act regarding openness and public involvement. And as a layman, I'm really surprised that the neighborhood council thought it okay to approve a project of this kind.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Case. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, nice. I'm a member of the East Bay Disc Golf Club, and I just wanted to voice my support for this project. I play at Aquatic Park all the time. It's a great course in the East Bay that's mixed use, and this park reminds me a lot of Aquatic. Are you getting feedback, by the way?
Yes.
Yes.
You're getting feedback from me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to figure. Plug. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Anyway, I just want to say that the disc golf community really is a positive one. It's accepting and inviting of new players. It's accessible to all kinds of people. I often bring my 2-year-old out, my 5-month-old out, and they love it. I've met a lot of my best friends doing this, and our players often become a sort of neighborhood watch for the parks we're in, helping look out for, cleaning, having like volunteer cleanup days, but also reporting like sketchy behavior and stuff that exists in those parks. And, the Parks and Rec people can attest to that. We've done this many times at Aquatic Park, and I've heard there's some sketchy behavior at this Richmond park too, with people feeding feral cats and stuff. But anyway, I just want to reiterate that there's been no incidents in 40 years at Aquatic Park. We have a great course at Golden Gate Park, and Moraga, Concord, Oakland, Chabot. And, we are not, I also want to reiterate that there's no ownership of the course. It's free for all to use, and we wouldn't be taking this over in any way. It's just a shared use thing. And so I hear a lot of sort of NIMBYism out there, but I think we just want to join you and collaborate with the other users of the park.
If I may, I'd like to comment on the issue of the sketchy behavior of feeding cats. I do know that it produces a lot of cat burglars.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'll move on to the next speaker. The last three speakers are Marissa Marquez, Alpa, and Floyd Andrews. Marissa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Marisa Marquez, and I am calling in favor of the disc golf course in Richmond. I've been playing the sport for a little over a year, and I'm a member of the East Bay Disc Golf Club. I've met a wonderful group of community just playing disc golf, and many women who are some of my closest friends. I brought my 75-year-old grandfather with me to a disc golf course before, and he absolutely loved it. And I think that this would be a great thing to bring community like that into Richmond. I've never felt unsafe on a course. I go to Aquatic many times. I was just there a couple hours ago playing disc golf with my boyfriend and our friends. And I think now more than ever, community is so important. That's something people are really craving, especially in a pandemic. And it is one of the approved sports to be socially distant in. And I think that's really important right now, to stay active and to keep that sense of community. So I don't know many of the logistics behind building a course, but I know that the president, John, is willing to take all the steps to get there. And I hope you guys can see that. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alpa. Alpa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Thank you. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So a few different points. The first is that I did not hear about this project until I read the agenda for today's council meeting. I wish that the council members would give a little bit of thought to a communications plan so that residents, and not just neighborhood councils, but individual residents also are able to weigh in into these decisions that are made on their behalf. The second point I wanted to make is that I agree with a lot of the other comments about the following of the due process. I think that's really important and essential. The third point I want to make is that in Hilltop, we really don't have any place to walk other than the lake. And I wish that the park would be developed for the majority and for the needs of the majority versus the needs of the minority. So it's great that there are disc golfers out there, but more people would use it to walk around the lake, perhaps picnic tables, playgrounds, some activity that is available and enjoyed by the majority of people and not by a minority of disc golfers. And the last point I want to make is that I was really concerned about some of the points that were made about people losing their eyes. I think it's a small enough space that that's very possible. And if I'm not able to walk around because a minority of people like to play disc golf, that would be really sad, because Hilltop really doesn't have many recreational facilities, no jogging paths, no real contiguous walking paths either. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Floyd Andrews. Floyd, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Council. I'll be brief. I wasn't planning on speaking to this item, but I'm a Richmond resident and I work in West Berkeley and I walk the aquatic park all the time. And I have been hit by Frisbees, and I regularly have to be hyper aware when people are playing to make sure that I don't get hit, and kind of have to duck out of the way. It's not nearly as pleasant being in the park when the folks are playing the game, the disc game. And generally speaking, 80% of the time, I'd say there are people out there playing. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers.
That was the last speaker, Mayor.
Okay, I always have a hard time finding my unmute button. It's hidden down there in a corner. I know other people share that problem. So I think we've got a lot on our agenda and trying to move this along. I'm going to ask the city manager, what's your plan on moving forward with this? Or
So
not?
again, we still have some additional research to do in terms of what is the right process, and if we don't have one, to work with council on what this would be.
Well, in terms of this particular project, you said it's going back to Recreation and Parks
It's
Commission.
currently scheduled to go back to the commission. City council is voicing some concern over that, but that is where it's currently scheduled for at this point.
Well, so it's going to come back, and it's either they're either going to endorse it or oppose it, and then what happens?
At this point, based on what I know, we don't have any additional next steps, and that's what we need to
Why
look
don't
at.
you do this just to resolve it? Why don't you send it back to Recreation and Parks and have them review it and make a recommendation, and then bring that recommendation to the city council and let the city council decide. And then,
which is the way it has been done.
well, look, I'm just trying to let's get the past. Let's move ahead. And so what I'm suggesting, if the city manager agrees with it, is it will come back to the city council after it's heard by Rec and Park, and you guys will all get a chance to vote it down. Okay, so will that work for you, city manager?
Absolutely, yep.
Okay, so why don't you just commit to the city council, that's what you plan to do, and we'll move on. We don't need to talk about this anymore tonight.
We will bring it back.
Okay, everybody happy with that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, whenever this item is concluded, I do have a request or motion to make in terms of the agenda and the item we hear next.
Well, what do you want to do? I don't know.
I wanted us to discuss item I2 for a couple reasons. One, I know we have a presenter. Our representative supervisor, John Joya, is waiting to help give input on this issue. And obviously, as we've heard tonight, we have a number of public speakers, and I don't want them to wait around all night because it doesn't take much for this council to get off track when it comes to a discussion. So I would like to visit item I2 right now.
Well, look, here's what I propose. First of all, I'm going to take item I2, I3, and I4 all at once. They're all the same subject. I'm going to take them all as one item, and we'll work through it. The next two items on here, I don't think are going to last 5 minutes each, if that long. So I'd like to go ahead and do H1 and I1, get them done. And then we'll, I think in 10 minutes we'll be to the 3I4, if that's okay with everybody.
We still have G5.
Huh?
We still have G5. It was removed from the consent calendar.
Well, it's going to go to the end anyway. Yeah.
Who removed G5?
Member of
the public.
Well,
if people don't object, that's what I propose to do, is just move through H1 and I1 really quickly, and then we'll be to the I2, 3, and 4. Is that okay, Councilmember Willis?
Okay, yeah, I'll just note that I'll probably make the request again if it seems like H2 lasts longer than it needs to, just because we do have a number of speakers and our supervisor waiting.
Yeah,
but I'll go along with it.
Okay, all right. Okay, so let's move on to item H1. Would you read that, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution repealing and replacing City Council Resolution 125-03 with revised city guidelines and procedures for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act and adopting the CCTA VMT methodology for application within Richmond to comply with California Senate Bill 743, and introduce an ordinance for first reading, amending Article 15.04.612, Transportation Demand Management of the Richmond Municipal Code to align with the VMT methodology, to reflect current best practices, new state law requirements, and emerging TDM options as encompassed in the new CCTA VMT methodology.
Okay, can we have a quick staff report?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, Lena Velasco, Community Development Director. This evening, we have Charlie Knox of PlaceWorks, who's been assisting the city in implementation of SB California Senate Bill 743 in regards to vehicle miles traveled. So I'll pass it on to Charlie.
So this item is just to bring the city in line with state law, right?
Yes, that's correct. And there are several documents that need to be updated to reflect state law requirements, as well as an ordinance.
Why don't we see if any council members have any questions on it rather than having a full presentation? I think people want to move this along.
Okay.
So if any council members have questions on this? I don't see any. So let's open a public hearing and see if we have any comments from the public. If you're from the public, you want to speak, raise your hand and the clerk will recognize you.
We have one speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Lorraine Lober, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start when you're ready. Lorraine Lober. Please unmute yourself.
Star six to unmute.
She's on the computer. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead and start. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, so I've actually been on my phone for 3 hours waiting, but I was not called through my phone. So I have 2 minutes and I'll go ahead and start. My name is Lorraine Lober and I live on Lakeside Drive at Heritage Park Senior Living Complex across the street from Hilltop Lake Park. I am 100% against the disc golf course at our city's park. I wouldn't feel safe or relaxed walking where discs are flying around.
Ma'am,
I walk the park regularly as I have done for the past 7 years.
Item.
For
All right,
exercise,
let her finish.
spiritual
Okay,
rejuvenation.
sorry.
It's my sanctuary and escape from the noise and chaos of city life. Many people of all ages, including many seniors from where I live, walk the park regularly. We even have a walking group before COVID that walked there weekly. So I enjoy this beautiful and serene atmosphere. Sorry, I got to get to page 2. It's a wildlife habitat for an abundance of animals. This is their home. This is our community park and was never intended for disc golf. There is no space there. I walk the park. I've seen the destruction they've done so far. It's not routine maintenance. I also have pictures, which I love photography, and I can validate what I'm telling you now. It's not underutilized. If there were bathrooms open, comfortable benches and picnic area, people would linger. So you would see that people actually do use this park continuously all day long. I see it. I live here. It's in my front yard. Everyone's voice deserves to be heard. Thank you for hearing mine.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any more speakers?
I see one hand raised by Jonathan Braidman. Jonathan, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I am sorry. I'm only here because I'm obviously interested in this disc golf issue, and I heard a voice just being spoken in disfavor of that. So that's why I raised my hand. If that's not appropriate, I'll stop.
Well, have you spoken already?
I have.
Okay, so we're on a different agenda item now.
Okay.
Okay, so are there any other speakers?
No.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Are there any more questions from the council? I don't see any. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yep.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is I-1, and I believe that the city clerk's going to recuse herself, and so Assistant Clerk will read the item.
Yes, item I-1 is to approve a salary adjustment to the city clerk effective March 2nd, 2021, from $11,092 a month to $12,201.20 per month, a 10% increase.
I'll move the item.
Wait a minute, we're going to have a quick staff report.
Yes.
Oh,
And public
we were
speaker.
in the meeting. Oh, yeah, we got to tell the public. We got to tell the public. Yes, indeed. Tell the public what's going on, y'all.
Okay, Anil, you have a quick report here?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Anil Kumallo, Human Resources Director. Can you guys see the PowerPoint?
I can see you. I can't see the PowerPoint.
Okay. KCRT, you gonna put the PowerPoint or you want me to share my screen?
It's coming.
No problem.
Okay, we can see your PowerPoint now.
Okay, if you can go to the next page, please. Thank you, KCRT. So the City Council reviewed the City Clerk's goals and performance appraisal on March 2nd. Just for your information, the City Clerk declined to accept a salary increase in 2020. Staff at the request of the mayor conducted a salary survey, and we found that the average salary for the city clerk position among the comparable group was $13,920 per month. And we've been given direction that the recommendation is 10% increase, which will take it from $11,092 to $12,201 per month. Glad to
Okay.
answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from city council members? Oh, you're not done yet. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm done. I have some other data if you have questions, but I'm done.
Are there questions from city council members?
Are there any public speakers?
I don't see any city council member questions. Are there any public speakers?
No, there are none.
Okay, I need a motion.
Vice Mayor
move the
Johnson.
Okay. By Willis.
I'll move the item.
Second by
I love Miss Pam, so I'm just like.
Councilor Martinez, you have a question.
Yeah. Well, not a question, a statement. During this time with so many people needing raises and people who are having a difficult time making their rent, buying food, I think it's time to stop raises for people who make 3-digit salaries. But in this case, I'm making an exception, mainly because she did not take a 5% pay cut or a raise the last time. So by doing that, she demonstrated that she does have the city's interest in mind. And I would like to see other people who have 6-figure salaries do the same thing. But I think it's incumbent upon us until we figure out what our budget is to not make any other high salary increases after this. So my vote is yes.
Okay, and we already called for public speakers. We had none, and we had a motion and a second, right? Okay, call the roll, please.
Yes, and there was one written comment in favor of the item, of approval of the item.
Okay.
Councilmember Bates,
All right.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yep.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, that brings us down to items I2, I3, and I4. And I think what we will start with, before we could even discuss any of these, we're going to have a motion and a second and a vote of 2/3 of the council to suspend the rules to take this issue up. So does somebody want to make that motion?
I will make that motion.
Okay.
I will second the motion to suspend the rules so that these three items can be considered together.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yeah.
The vote is unanimous.
So I think at this point in time, I will simply call on council members to discuss the options ahead of us, and we'll have a discussion about it, and then we'll hear from the public, and then we'll see if we can get a motion and a second and a vote. So who wants to start?
I can start, and I will also bring Supervisor John Joya and Lavona Martin from the county, like the county director of health, housing, and homeless services, who are planning to speak tonight as well. So tonight, in collaboration with county and city staff and Supervisor John Joya, Council Member Martinez and I are now proposing a more direct approach that doesn't simply shift vehicles, dwellers around Richmond, but rather focus on a plan to move people out of RVs into more stable and longer-term housing. This proposal uses the HIP and the county funding to more effectively manage existing RV sites, but by increasing security and health measures. This work will happen alongside both the RV resident and the East Bay Housing Consortium, which has extensive experience in this area. Best of all, the county has stepped forward with a number of new housing options that were not at the table when we took our vote last month. And I want to thank Supervisor Joya for his leadership in making sure we create a robust plan for long-term solution to our unhoused community. The housing crisis was a big issue before the pandemic, and every day is getting worse. We need to have solutions in the short and long term. Solutions that are locally controlled and include everybody. However, we know that the city alone cannot resolve the homeless crisis. We need to collaborate with the county, state, and federal governments. But in order for us to obtain funding and the support needed, we had to have a robust plan that clearly states the different solutions, and we had to work in collaboration with county and city leaders, county and city staff, and the community. The reality is that if we want to address this issue, everybody needs to start. I hope that other political leaders step up to this challenge and work with the city of Richmond in supporting our unhoused residents. So at this point, I will allow Councilmember Martinez if I has something, and then I will invite Supervisor Joya to also say some words.
Yes, as you probably know, I voted no on both Hilltop and Civic Center, and I voted no on both of them because there are three criteria that I feel are necessary. One is humanity, two is quality, and three is sustainability. Now, what we propose fits the humanity aspect in that we're bringing the services directly to the people who need them. And we're also giving them the option of figuring out where they want to move from this spot at this time. So the other one, which is quality, also is answered because quality will be focused on a smaller group as opposed to trying to spread it out and recreate something in a new spot. And thirdly, the sustainability is something that is being considered, and this is a way where sustainability will have time to develop, and so I think this is the best solution, and I believe that we should not only work with the communities, but we also need to work with the people that we're serving. We need to ask them, what do you need? How can we help you? And so I think at this point, this is the best plan, and I've been frustrated with the process. Process seems to be something that we really need to work on. When this was brought to us, what we were told to vote on was location. There was never a conversation as to the particulars of what would take place at that location. And it's the particulars that the neighborhoods are interested in. It's the particular that the people who are being helped are interested in. And it's the particulars that the city council should have been made aware of before we even started talking about where. So I think that this proposal does delve into the particulars.
I think for the edification of the public, somebody needs to explain what proposal is we're talking about. Maybe that's Supervisor Joya.
I'll do it. I'm glad to do it.
You want to do that? Okay. All right. Well, you're on.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor, but thanks, council members. I want to first start by saying and acknowledging really the commitment of every member of the city council, the collective city staff on homeless issues. Richmond is one of the cities in this county that has stepped forward to really try to grapple and address homelessness and be a good partner to the county. And I want to express that because I think the public should understand that the history of this council has been to work proactively. And I know we all share the ultimate goal of ending homelessness, getting people off the street into real housing, and to have respect and dignity for those who are homeless. We sometimes share different ideas on the pathway to get there, but I know we all share the same goal. And it was good to hear our Congressmember talk earlier about the potential for new federal dollars to help us. It is unacceptable that we have this level of homelessness in our society. There needs to be a major investment by the federal and state governments, because you know this and we know this at the county. We don't have local funding to solve all the issues to house people. We need federal and state assistance. Saying that, so we always see our role at the county to support your strategies and to support your goals on homelessness, to end homelessness. And so when we had discussions and were approached by council members Jimenez and Martinez about, if what is the best approach if the city were not to move forward with a small RV safe park at Civic Center, what best advice could we give working together with the city to have a meaningful plan that will make a difference? And this acknowledges that the council's action to create a safe RV park at Civic Center does not, and I repeat that, does not remove all the RVs currently on Ryden Road and currently on Castro Avenue. In fact, the Civic Center site, which some of you pointed out at 2 weeks ago at the meeting, is relatively small and would handle just a portion of the RVs that are at the other two sites. So in essence, the city would be having to address or deal with 3 RV encampments, the 2 unsanctioned ones on Castro Avenue and Ryden Road, and then a sanctioned one at Civic Center. It would take it would move homeless residents individuals who live in RVs and shift them to another part of the city with not a real concrete funding plan to move them out of that location. And while still stretching the city's resources thin to provide the best environment for the existing unsanctioned encampments on Ryden Road and Castro. So hearing all that, we thought with knowing the resources we have, what has changed over the last few months and weeks, and where can we work together? So basically, the council members in hearing our thoughts, and I have LaVonna Martin, our Homeless Services Director, on as well, who can add or answer any questions. She knows a lot of details. That you have this $260,000 in county funding from the state that needs to be spent by June 30th, and there's the $300,000 from the city and possibly more. And we don't want to lose that money. It's not a lot of money, but it can make a difference. So the idea under the proposal that the council members have brought with input from the county would be to use the existing funding, which is over $500,000 and possibly more that you're able to obtain, and provide more intense services to start to wind down the site on Ryden Road. We all know there's been a lot of issues with that site. So you would use the money to address the health, sanitation, safety, and security issues at that site, and to work with a housing navigator to manage that site responsibly and work with the residents at that site to identify more longer-term stable housing opportunities for them with some pathways. A couple of things have changed. One is the county's shelter in North Richmond will be reopening early summer. And that's because the county has been working now to vaccinate homeless residents with the new 1-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So those who live in RVs, those who live in encampments will have been vaccinated and the shelter will reopen. So those residents of RVs wishing to move temporarily to a shelter to get more assistance could avail themselves of that. Second, the county has leased, so the funding is already there for the shelter. Second, the county has extended the lease, or will be extending the lease on the Hilltop Marriott for another year through June 30th of 2022. And because we're extending the lease with different funding source than what we've received, we can be more flexible at at which homeless individuals can live at the Marriott. There will be between 30 to 50 new slots opening every month at that hotel because there is a turnover of residents there as they move on to other housing. So there's an opportunity for those who live in an RV to move into basically a single room occupancy hotel room with supportive services where they will also be assisted in finding other housing opportunities. The county has leased a hotel on Cutting and Canal, the Sure Stay, which so far has been reserved for people who test positive, including homeless individuals who test positive. That means that those who are not positive have not been able to stay there. Later this summer, there will no longer be a need for a hotel for people who test positive. So if working together, this is something we need to work on together, is identifying the funding to be able to extend that lease, which has 100 rooms, again, for more opportunity. Instead of homeless people who test positive, it will be homeless people who are not positive in terms of their test. So there's an opportunity there. There is an opportunity to use housing vouchers, and one of the things, the new federal law that just passed increases funding for housing vouchers, and LaVonna Martin can talk how that works in helping assist people get to housing. So the idea is to basically wind down the site at Ryden Road. I did talk today to East Bay Parks Director Elizabeth Eccles, who said, while the Park District does not have a position on the issues before the council tonight, that the Park District looks forward to working with the city and county in a cooperative way on whatever decision we make. So I found it a positive thing. The other point I didn't mention is because of vaccinations, the Bay Area Rescue Mission will also be reopening their shelter sometime this summer. So literally there will be substantially more opportunities available for those who live on the street or in RVs for housing. So that's the short term, handling Ryden Road and then Castro with this strategy of using the funding to manage those sites, sunset them, rather than just move them to another location and the cost associated with that. To set up a working group with the city and county and others for the longer term strategy of developing more housing. You talked at your last meeting about the city-owned site across from GRIP, a great opportunity to build some small housing. Can't happen overnight, but with new funding, how do we avail ourselves to do that together? Second, the county with 100% HUD funding is in the middle of working with the city of San Pablo to build about 60 single room occupancy units in San Pablo on a site we've already identified with funding we already have in hand. That's 60 units for previously homeless individuals. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to work together. It's not going to be easy, but it seems putting our efforts toward those strategies, as the council members Jimenez and Martinez have said, is about humanity and dealing with sort of the long-term, more permanent solution, rather than shifting and moving people from place to place with no identified funding yet to move beyond that. And I will say, just referring to what's before you, is there part of the proposal is to also, with the funding, conduct a survey of those residents who are homeless to really fully document their needs, their capacities, and their interest in helping support them with a housing navigation program to get them into housing. So this is not about turning Ryden Road into a permanent RV safe park. It's about working with those residents with the funding we have in an intense way to make their living situation healthier, safer, more secure, and move them into housing directly. And LaVonna, I don't know if you wanted to add anything further, but we're committed to working with you in any way, whatever decision you make. But that this strategy is I think one way for us to have some tangible goals. LaVonna?
Thank you, Supervisor Joya, and I really appreciate Mayor, council members, you having me here today. Just to echo what Supervisor Joya was saying, the county really is committed to helping the city really help sunset the program and really ensure that those residents over at Ryden Road are moved safely into alternative housing. We want to make sure that we make all of our resources available as we begin to look and address all the residents currently over in Ryden Road and also in Casa Street to move out of those locations. We don't want individuals who are in RVs and sleeping in tents are still unsheltered. And that's not our goal, and that we really want to make sure that we invest the resources we do have as best we can. And at the moment, the resources we have really can be applied aggressively to these sites to really support those individuals who are currently there move into safer housing. So we are committed to working with the provider to ensure that we relocate everyone who wants to have housing and to move inside. We want to make sure that they get the opportunity to do that.
And I'll close with one final comment, and that's that, as I said, these possibly 40 rooms that may open up every month at the Marriott, as you know, that hotel's already being used and is occupied by residents previously homeless. And the funding is there to extend that, and it's more flexible funding to allow a broader variety of individuals. And then the hotel on Cutting and Canal already houses those who are homeless who test positive, as well as those recently released from San Quentin who are transitioning back into this county, into the community, and were under, or people under observation who had been tested. So, and by just shifting that use to people who are not testing positive, but gives us more flexibility. That one we have to identify funding for, but I want to be clear, that site would also be run in a responsible way with security. It's not an outdoor housing situation. It's indoor with security and oversight with supportive services. That, and again, we have to work together to identify funding to be able to do that piece of it. But the Richmond Rescue Mission and the county shelter, those are already funded and have supportive services, and there will be hundreds of new individual beds opening up. And then finally, for those who live in an RV that want to maintain their RV while they move into this other housing, I think the other piece of that would be for us to identify just a location to store those RVs for those who wish to keep them. And of course, many of them may not be habitable or safe or healthy, but for those those vehicles that are, and where residents want to hold on to them, then identifying an appropriate location to store them while they seek other housing.
Okay, I think I'm not sure what's the best way to proceed, but maybe we could start and see if there are any questions from council members of Supervisor Joya or Lavonna Martin. Anybody have any questions for them?
I don't have a question, but I do want to state a piece when appropriate on behalf of the homeless task force that's been talking about this for 3 years plus, whenever appropriate.
Well, I think now would be, go ahead. I think any comments or questions anybody has would be appropriate at this time.
So just to add some additional context to the safe park that I don't know if everybody has. When Gail was on the council back in 2017, Councilwoman McLaughlin, we created a homeless task force in response to residential concerns about there not being enough services in Richmond to serve the homeless population. The task force met, continued to meet, was a part of homeless counts, got a bunch of stats and data to help educate us on where the resources were and what were available. To summarize, what we quickly found out was that there were basically no or not enough resources to service the homeless population. Instead, the services that were out there were either at capacity or constantly going through transition of an individual population. We talked about warming centers, we talked about churches, we talked about a public-private partnership to look for safe areas. At first, it started out as tents. Then we started to identify funding, and we needed the county's help in order to get some funding. And the criteria that was set out to us from our understanding was that the funding that we got was to go to a safe parking for the homeless because the shelters were at capacity and it didn't seem like there were other warming centers around. Then the pandemic hit and the safe parking became insufficient because more people, as the pandemic continued, started parking on the streets because they lost their homes. The safe parking was trying to take what little resources that were available to the city and to the county to address a regional issue and start to create a program that was created with the little resources to start identifying, bringing services, and transitioning people out of homelessness who didn't have a shelter to go to or any other means to house themselves. On top of that, we kept on hearing about service calls and complaints and pop-up encampments that caused additional strains on our resources and forced us to abate and displace community members that end up showing up again 2 days later or finding another location to move to. That's what this Safe Park on behalf of the Homeless Task Force was about initially. It was never about one particular area or a couple particular areas. It was about creating a program for folks that had nothing else but a vehicle or a tent and getting a street team, a green team, to go out there and work with that population to help maintain the area, to keep it clean, be invested, have security and 24-hour services. That has been the conversation for 3 years. The main barrier, though, was that it always reached resistance and concern. And we looked for 2.5 areas to identify a location: North Richmond, Brickyard Cove, Hilltop a couple times, Marina Bay, I believe, was talked to. Nobody wanted it around them because they had safety concerns. My position on the issue and the position that I carry is that the safety concerns are happening right now because there are no services. And for me, safety concerns only increase when you deny people who have nothing, when you deny them services. They already have nothing and they turn to hustling. So I appreciate Supervisor Joya, Lavonna Martin, Councilmember Martinez and Jimenez for taking what little resources we have, looking at the pandemic and the situation that we're in, and coming up with a creative way to deal with some of the major increases in homelessness we've seen because of the pandemic. This question, though, on what's going to happen after the pandemic and how we're servicing homeless people is still something that we need to answer, because currently, from what I see, this is the first time there has been so much intensity on this conversation. And that's when we were talking about putting it at the Civic Center at the last dawn of the hour with this funding. And I'm finally happy that we are having more of an intense and intentional conversation about this, because we've been talking about this for 3 years. But I'm also a little bit taken aback because of how I've heard homeless people described when the calls I'm getting are of people dying or families and mothers that are not able to find a place to go who already lost everything. And I'm not going to feel bad about trying to help a population who already has nothing, because to me, helping people most in need of services around them are what increase public safety, not denying them and rejecting them because they just so happen to be homeless. So I am happy with the option that is in front of us, but that big question on what we do, the more permanent solution to effectively deal with a system that has displaced and put Black and brown bodies on the streets with families, and we walk past them every day, it's not acceptable for me. And I hope the intention and intensity behind this conversation continues so we can actually effectively deal with the homeless crisis that has only been exacerbated by the pandemic. So thank you all again for coming together and taking this dream and making something great out of it.
Okay, Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes, thank you for that. And Melvin, thank you also for providing that bit of background as to what, the work that the Homeless Task Force has been up to, because one of my primary questions, was, as we try to create this new ad hoc committee, how would this new ad hoc committee interact with the Homeless Task Force and take that work and build on that work, as well as the work that Michelle Milam and the staff has been doing. I feel like a lot of times we duplicate efforts in this city, like without really, and create these silos without really coming together and really finding out how we could all work together. And I would really like to, if this ad hoc committee is created, I would really like to see them build on the existing work that staff in the homeless task force has already done, and not try to recreate the wheel or use resources that can be dedicated to the individuals that we're looking to serve to collect data that we already have. Right. I guess another concern, which I'm assuming, but I need this assumption to be confirmed or denied, because this came up really heavy when we were looking at the GRIP site, was the paving, electricity, and the water aspect that was like required. I know there were certain like requirements that we were looking in, criteria that we were looking to. I know Councilman Martinez has his own, but I know that there were some that we were needed to take into consideration before we could formalize any site. And I'm just wondering if those things have, are those things available at the existing unsanctioned sites? And if so, how can we make that happen if this is to pass tonight? Right. What's the plan?
Yeah, I'm glad to address a couple of your points, and I know Lavana will add. First, let me say, by no means is a working group designed to replace the good work that your staff and your task force are doing. The idea is just to is to be integrated into that effort and work with that effort, and just to broaden it. It's not meant to replace it. So I want to make really clear, and I think you raise a very important point, Council Member. So it's your staff have been doing an amazing job. I know taking direction from the council, right? The direction of the council's changed on and off, and that's made it more challenging. But I think so. It's a cooperative effort. On the site, the site across from GRIP, the city-owned site. Remember, there was a lot of discussion about the cost to surface, pave it, and provide electricity and infrastructure for a safe RV park, and that was very expensive to do for a safe RV park. But if we're instead looking at that site to be more a development of, let's say, single room occupancy, small housing units, then that the funding we would go after to build permanent housing there or longer term housing would be associated with the infrastructure work that would be needed to actually build that housing. So, right, building, paving, and doing infrastructure and electricity and sewage makes sense and is part of the investment to build housing, and much more cost effective than doing that just for a safe RV park. So that changes the dynamic. I'll have Lavana talk a bit about sort of what thoughts she has working with anyone who would manage that site to use the funding that's available now to improve that site at Wright and Road to make it more secure and healthier.
Thank you.
Lavana?
So, yes, thank you.
See you and talk to you again, Miss Martin.
So I want to just say will be really important for the provider to get connected to the system of care. What we want to do is ensure that all of the resources that are available in the county, so whether it's housing vouchers, rental assistance, shelters that will be opening up soon, that we are making those pathways for the provider and their case managers and housing navigators to really take advantage of those pathways. One of the things that we do have a very short time frame in which to utilize some of these dollars. And I appreciate Council Members Willis's sort of background on this, because the city most certainly has been working for a long time now to try to lift a safe park program. And as we are sort of coming to the end of the availability of these dollars, it does make sense to just ensure that those resources are dedicated to whatever may be in place right now sanctioned or unsanctioned, to make sure that we are moving people safely into housing. And so that also means that we have to aggressively manage individuals in that site from individuals continuing to return. So I think there are some things that, as Supervisor Joya had pointed out, we need to think and work with the provider to talk about security. What does that look like? We most certainly have already had some cursory conversations with city staff about, does that, do we need to look at parking permitting or curb, painting curbs? Those are going to be, I'm sure, decisions that the city will need to consider as we think about sunsetting this, the Ryden Road. So, but when we think about the services that are needed and the security and supports that are needed to responsibly close this site, the county will make sure, again, that we're working very closely with the provider to ensure that we're providing every possible resource, technical assistance, and expertise that's needed in order to do that. And we most certainly will be sure that we're available, we're meeting, and honestly, I think the first thing what we want to do is sit down with the provider to do some mapping of the process so that we are aligning our efforts and ensuring that we are allocating resources appropriately as we're moving through this process.
And
I'm sorry,
Tom, when I talked to Director Eccles today from the Park District, she indicated a commitment to wanting to work with us. And we talked about even if the maybe partnering with the Park District to improve the fencing, right? Right now, there's a very sort of weak fencing system between the RVs and the Bay Trail. And because she said that the Park District was going to be putting some resources into this as it wound down. So maybe they assist us as we work with them on improving the fencing between the Bay Trail and the and where the RV living areas just outside the RV.
And Supervisor Joya and Director Martin, I appreciate those answers and the information that you're sharing. However, just to clarify the question that I'm asking further, so I can get a more direct answer, is electricity and water services at the Ryden Road and Castro Road sites not a thing that we have to worry about, or are they already there? That's my question.
I'll have Lavana answer that. Let me just say, what I have heard so far is that clearly the need using funding to bring in more health related, like more porta potties, more sanitary, things like that. As to the electricity, Lavana, I'll leave that to you. I'm not sure whether what a provider, given that the goal is to sunset that as quickly as possible, does that make sense? That's a good question, and it may be the provider has to look at that, but there is funding to do the health and sanitary part of it, a piece of that.
Okay. Yes, and to answer your question, I think this is also some things that we'll have to have conversations with city staff about. At this time, again, sort of with the resources available, we're not looking at creating a program and bringing something online, which you would then think about things like establishing electricity. We already have a location, a number of vehicles in a location without all of those things. I think it slightly shifts the objective to move those individuals into safer housing. So not establishing necessarily additional electricity, but taking care of the public health issues, right? So the porta potties, making sure we're doing that while we are quickly trying to identify alternate housing destinations for them.
And your own Lena Velasco, I know, has looked at the whole permit issue. And I know I don't want to underestimate the work that your city staff has been doing, if they have anything to add on how to control that through a permit system.
Thank you.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone who has spoken on this issue thus far. These are all good ideas in this proposal, and I do support them. I had a couple conversations, I believe, with Supervisor Joya several weeks ago, and he talked about the motels and the motel that may be converted to a non-COVID positive center. also, and I said those are wonderful ideas, and yes, they will definitely. I already talked with them, talked about them with Michelle Milam, and the idea of bringing them to the issue of the assessment of the vehicle dwellers at Ryden and Castro, to have that as an option for them. And I thought that was, certainly a wonderful idea, and all the other strategies listed. Certainly we talked in the homeless task force about what are called, I think we're calling them transitional villages and such. So all of these things have been talked about, and we want to continue to talk about them. But I want to share, and so like I said, I support everything in this item, but I do want to share some concerns, and at the appropriate time, I'll want to offer an amendment, a small amendment. So I just want to make some comments first. As we all know, and has been discussed, there are two major vehicle encampments in the city of Richmond, Ryden Road and Castro. And one of the concerns is that many of the vehicle dwellers, and I've talked with many of them, I visit Ryden Road. I live very close to Ryden. I visit there frequently and have had many conversations, and I bring donuts there every Sunday, and I've had an opportunity to engage with the residents there. And many of these vehicle dwellers will not move to a shelter or motel. I mean, someone told me, straight out that he will not, and his view is that that the council, if they want to think that everybody is going to move to a shelter and or a motel room, they don't know the community, were his words. They don't know the community here. And so, I mean, I think, we need to assess them, as has been said, in terms of this housing consortium. The provider, I think, is what Supervisor Joya is calling them. And so that assessment is something that needs to happen. But I also have big concerns with leaving things as is. So, I mean, I really think it's important to bring as many services to these non-sanctioned or unsanctioned sites and help as much as possible, as the agenda item is talking about. But I have concerns about leaving things as is, and I fear that these are very crowded conditions and unhealthy conditions, and more vehicles keep coming, and the Ryden Road site in particular is not conducive to laying out services. You cannot fence it. The fence that Supervisor Joya is talking about, as he mentioned, is the fence between the vehicles and the Bay Trail. But the vehicles are on the street. This is curb parking, and it's on a public street, a street that is used by businesses, including the U.S. Mail Center, and it's used by park goers. The Point Isabel Dog Park is right there. And so it's a street that's used, and you cannot fence around the vehicles. So what you have is a situation that's going to be hard to manage in terms of providing the kind of services that are needed, and that people, that people who have bringing this forward, the council members, Supervisor Joya, et cetera, are wanting to, and rightly so, wanting to bring these services to the RV community. But I just, as someone who visits it frequently, I want to share with you the many problems at Ryden. There's people that are threatened. There's people that, there's a lot of theft and intimidation going on. And this is happening from people who are not in the RV community, but from outside, because you can't fence in the area. It's open, and more vehicles come, and some of them don't, act in a good way, and they come and they go, but they cause damage while they're there. So I strongly believe that we need to add to the list of all the other things that are really good and important, the option of a safe park. A safe park in a non-residential area. So I would like, that will be my amendment at the right at the appropriate time.
We
because
don't
there
have,
is-
we don't have a motion on the floor now.
I know we don't. I know we don't. So
Okay.
I'm just putting that out there. But this is not helping these individuals, which I think is really, really essential. That these, I think the amount of vehicle dwellers in the county, or I read some statistics. I don't know if it was the county. I'm pretty sure it was, has risen over the past year 37%. So there are more and more vehicle dwellers happening in the city of Richmond. It might have been directly in the city of Richmond, but in any case, we can see it. And it is a high percentage. There is no one size fits all. And if we're truly going to respect the dignity of these individuals, we want to hear in the assessment process what they want to do. Yes, let's tell them what they can do by going to a motel, going to a shelter. But let's also give them the option. Let's assess them with the option of a safe park. Let's find out what they want. So that's what my amendment will be. But I also want to say that we need to spend the money more. We need to make sure we spend the money wisely. And so, yes, there is 300,000 of the city money that was advocated by the homeless task force to acquire. There was the 260,000 from the HEAP grant, and we need more and we want to access more. So I would say, let's just make sure, and the assessment of the vehicle dwellers at both Castro and Ryden will give us a sense of what's the best use. Yes, we need to help as much as we can while they're on site. If some of them want to go to a safe park in a non-residential area, we know that the Oakland Coliseum Safe Park is away from residents, and that's working really well. So we can set up one in a non-residential area in the city, or possibly even in the county area around the city. We would have to explore all this. And maybe, if more and more people, if most of the people want to go to motels, great. That's how, the best use. But I really, really think we need to have the safe park in a non-residential as an option. And that's what when the time is right, that's what my amendment to any motion that may come forward to approve this will be.
Councilmember Bates, you had your hand up earlier.
Well, I realize it's a Tuesday night, but I had to look and make sure it wasn't a Sunday afternoon in a church, because Reverend Willis sort of put on a sermon there, and all of a sudden, after he concluded, Deacon Johnson came in. So I want to ask the question, and I'm not going to make a speech. I'm concerned. What are the other cities doing, Mr. Joya, to deal with this homeless and camper situation?
Well, that's the point. Drive down the freeway and see all of the people who are homeless living off of the freeway on Gilman Avenue, people who are living in tents and in RVs on the streets of Berkeley and Oakland. They have a much more intense issue than Richmond does. I think, and I think that's why we're all trying to work together to prevent the growth of RVs and encampments on the streets to become as intense as it is in Berkeley and Oakland.
Well, I'm not talking about Berkeley and
yeah.
Oakland. I'm talking about Country Club, El Cerrito, San Pablo, Hercules. But no, all of these people that are homeless are not necessarily coming from Richmond.
No, in fact, the folks living on Ryden Road, probably many of them come from Alameda County. In fact, Lavana's shaking her head. I think they follow. Many are coming from Alameda County because they're so crowded. The city of San Pablo actually stepped up with the county to actually support 60 units of housing for previously homeless individuals, which we hope to work on very intensely and bring on board as soon as possible. You're right. There are homeless individuals across this county. You know, the county purchased a hotel in the Bay Point, Pittsburgh area. So to have a permanent site, this issue is going on countywide. And Lavana, you want to address any other concerns? And by the way, I just want to add, everything that Councilmember McLaughlin said, I agree, is correct. And your own personal work with those individuals, I think, Gail, is just informs this issue. And I just want to say the goal here, we're not going to be able to make Ryden Road perfect. The goal is to make it better than it is as we sunset it and make it more acceptable and healthier and safer than it is. And you're right, security, I think, will be a top priority.
Okay.
I think Lavana can address that, some of your comments.
Let me ask another question.
To speak, okay.
You mentioned Point Richmond.
Point Richmond?
The hotel motel
on Cutting
in
and
Point
Canal
Richmond is being converted from a HIV or a COVID or whatever situation into a regular. Are you communicating? Have you met with the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council?
So no. So let me just say,
yeah, that's clear.
That hotel now is for people who are homeless, just people who are homeless and test positive. Let me repeat that. I have not heard any complaints yet on the 1 year that hotel has been there for people who come from San Quentin, are homeless, and are under investigation in terms of whether they test positive or not, or are positive. Now, but I think that any concerns are legitimate. So the goal would be, before moving forward, this was one strategy identified among using the 40 rooms a month that could come open at Marriott, using the shelter at Richmond Rescue Mission, using the North Richmond shelter. Before any decision is made for us to actually get the funding, which we don't have yet, and look at converting it, we should go and will go to the Point Richmond community and talk about it.
Okay.
And to explain, this is what it would look like. And also, have you had any complaints up to now with what's been happening over the last year at that hotel? Now, there may be, I haven't heard any, but if we are going to convert it and there will be more people there, we want to go to the community, but it's one strategy that's identified among others.
Okay, the last question.
We need a respect to go to the community.
The last question I have is this. You're giving us $260,000. Am I correct?
It was $500,000 last year when you were going to move forward with the Safe Park in North Richmond. The council decided, after community opposition, not to move forward with the Safe Park in North Richmond, and spent about $240,000. This is state dollars that we get that has to be spent under some community input plan. And so the city, I think, spent $240 for work with SOS and outreach workers to work with homeless around the city. So that balance is now $260.
Well, my point is this. The money that you're giving the city of Richmond is basically state money and grants and other monies. On the other hand, you as a county, you have taken almost $250,000 in the TOT tax from both the Marriott Hotel and the hotel there on Canal. I don't understand why, as a county, when you are rating our tax structure, that collectively the county cannot make a more significant contribution to deal with a problem that is not just Richmond problem, but it's a West Contra Costa County problem.
Well, let me just say, and Lavana can add, that $500,000 is not the only money that the county, through using either state, federal, or local dollars, has spent on homeless issues in Richmond and West County. It is just one source of funding for this particular use. And you're right, the goal here is to work together to identify other sources of funding to add to this, in order to invest long term. to say that this is the only money that's been spent, it would be erroneous. There's been a lot of other money. But you're right. We want to work together and identify more funding. I know Lavana may have more to add.
Well, there's no doubt we need more money. So I am looking forward to working collaboratively with the city to figure out how we continue to pull down every last dime we possibly can, from the federal, the state partners, and even from philanthropy. So I just want to say that you have most certainly a partner here to figure out how we continue to pull down every dime. We do not let anything go past us. We take every opportunity at the county to pull down every resource possible and to ensure that it gets distributed where it's most needed. The city of Richmond most certainly, we have most certainly invested, as you have, in many of the providers, whether it's the family shelter that GRIP operates, or the care centers, or warming centers, or Brookside Shelter, or all of our, our general West County core teams, or our apartments that we have in the area. We most certainly invest, but we need to invest more, and we need the additional dollars to do that. Councilmember Bates, you had also asked a little bit earlier about what are other cities doing? What are the other programs doing? And I will say that there are a few other cities that we're working with. They are not going a safe parking route, but we do have nonprofit agencies who are operating small safe park programs in other cities. And we work very closely with them, as well, as those are seasonal programs, to ensure that when they sunset, we are also assisting individuals finding alternate housing. At the end of the day, I really do want to appreciate Councilmember McLaughlin's comment about not everyone will want to leave their RV, but I will say we've had great success. It's not just about shelters or hotels or asking people to move on. It's looking at those other innovative approaches, like, do they even want to be here? Is it because their vehicle is broken down? Do we need to invest in getting their vehicle fixed so they can get on to where they actually want to be? We have had great success in moving individuals and their RV and helping them find and rent an RV parking pad. Those do exist in our county. And we've had success in helping people relocate and live the lifestyle that they want to live, but in a mobile home park or an RV parking pad that they rent. So we do, working with a really skilled provider, we most certainly want to make sure that all of those options are thought about, that we are providing the housing assessment to everyone that are currently at Castro and Wrighton Road, and ensure that we're finding the housing situation that best fits them. So, we highlighted a few opportunities that are coming along, but they're not the only. We have really skilled providers who are looking and asking the individual, what housing situation do you want? And helping them make it there. They will not be able to stay on Wrighton Road. That's just the reality, because it wasn't meant or developed to be that. But we can help them find something that perhaps meets their needs differently.
Lavana, just how much
everybody's
are we paying for the Marriott every year? What the Marriott rent and services? How many millions a year is that?
I believe it's $288 a month. So let's, it's like 8 million, something like that.
And the city don't get a dime.
It's more than the average.
Let me just say, let me just say, the people who originally moved into that hotel lived at the Richmond Rescue Mission, and many of them lived on the streets of Richmond before they went to the Richmond Rescue Mission. And when the pandemic hit, if we didn't have that hotel, they would have ended up on the streets of Richmond. These are Richmond residents. I don't care whether the money goes to government or to the people. I want it to go to the benefit of the people. That money was spent to keep residents off the streets of Richmond, which would have also incurred a great cost to the city of Richmond.
Okay, so now it's my turn. Everybody's had their shot at their narrative. So at one point, when the idea of some money first started showing up out there, I thought that our highest priority should be finding some kind of shelter for people who are in the worst condition, and that is the people who are living in tents and under tarps, under bridges, along creeks, along the railroad right of way. Most of them pretty much hidden from public view, unlike people in RVs, because they were the people who were suffering the worst. They're exposed to the weather, health issues, and so on. So I wanted to try to make that a priority. And the only money out there that we knew about was $500,000 from the county. And we were told that that money could not be used to create any kind of a tent-based transitional village. It had to be used for RVs. So we said, okay. And so we went out looking for an RV project, and we found Castro Street. And when I talk about Castro Street, I'm talking about North Castro Street, which is a dead-end street that is adjacent to what people refer to as the Castro Street RV village. The Castro Street RV village is actually accessed from North Castro Street. People drive down to the cul-de-sac at the end of it. At that point, they drive along the Bay Trail and they set their RVs up on a capped toxic waste site. And something I've never understood, why most of my council members here at every council meeting, they talk about what a tragedy Campus Bay is, that people are going to live on a toxic waste site. But I guess it's okay for people in RVs to live on toxic waste sites. So anyway, I'll move on from there. So we looked at Castro Street, and it had a lot of promise. And the city council actually in February of last year, a little over a year ago, voted unanimously to authorize moving ahead with a safe park project on North Castro Street and to fund it with $500,000 from the county. And meanwhile, some things happened. COVID came, so forth. The city staff went out and had a meeting with the North Richmond MAC and the Shields Reed Neighborhood Council, and there was some pushback. And they at one point they came back to the council and they said, you know, North Castro Street's not going to work. We want to spend the money on the Marriott. And the council said, sure, go ahead and do it. So they spent what, $260,000 on the Marriott, which left $240,000 left in the grant. And so the city council then authorized $300,000 from our in lieu fund, which got us up a little over $500,000. And we started looking for sites again. And we looked and looked and looked, and everywhere we went, we got pushback from the neighbors. And we're here tonight because we got pushback from the people in the Civic Center, and you know, we're looking for another place. And so the project I'm hearing tonight, I'm a little skeptical about it because first of all, it seems like it's mostly focused on RVs on Ryden Road, and originally the idea was to move these RVs to somewhere else where they could be secure and they could be serviced and they would get away from the problems they have. You know, the one on the one out by Castro Street, it's got a lot of problems. One is right next to the through line of the railroad tracks. And the BNSF has told us repeatedly that it's a danger that somebody's going to get run over out there. Plus, it's a toxic waste site that's been capped. Plus, it's on the Bay Trail, and they block the Bay Trail. So a lot of problems with the so-called Castro Street site. And we know the problems with the Ride and Road site. And so when we were looking for a site over the last few weeks, I was encouraged by the idea that if we got a site big enough, we could actually move most or all of the RVs off of these two sites and solve that problem. So now we're returning to a new narrative where we're not really going to move anybody. We're gonna hope that some of them will go away, and so there's no commitment or promise that the RV camp at either Ryden Road or North Castro Street's going to go away, or if so, when. It's just like, well, maybe they will. We hope they will, and we already heard Councilor McLaughlin tell us that a lot of those people didn't want to leave. So we've got a problem, and so I guess, I know everybody's trying hard to find a solution, but I'm not seeing this as a solution. And frankly, if we're gonna, if Supervisor Joy is talking about some big shifts, people leaving the hotels, going back to the shelters, clearing up space, that kind of thing, and that's encouraging. But my priority would be to put the people in tents into those rooms, not the people in RVs. The people in RVs are, they've got some miserable conditions, but I tell you what, they're way ahead of the people in the tents.
And Tom, I think you're right about working with people in encampments, and there's nothing I think that prevents that as part of the strategy. And no one's saying this is perfect, right? We're trying to all take this incrementally, using a limited amount of dollars at first and strengthening our strategy together to do a lot of the things you've talked about. You're right. People living in encampments with not even in an RV and out in the rain deserve to be helped. And I think that would be part of this effort as well. It's just that the city has focused so much on trying to address Ryden Road that clearly that's part of the focus here, along with the other things you mentioned, and trying to do that, not letting perfection be the enemy of the good, right? But we're trying to do the best we can.
I hope for the best, but I don't see the money and the resources, to make a real dent. And I know where this is going tonight, but I'm going to just to show you I've been busy, I'm going to make another pitch for North Castro Street. I went out there yesterday and measured it, and the street is about 800 feet long. It's 40 feet wide. It's wide enough that you could parallel park RVs on both sides of the street and still have two-way traffic the whole length of it. And I talked to Don Gilmore, who's chair of the North Richmond MAC, and I talked to Marina Brown, who's chair of the or president of the Shields Reed Neighborhood Council. And I don't want to put any words in their mouths, please, but Marina told me that the Shields Reed Neighborhood Council really never was. They didn't push back against it. They were sort of neutral. And it was the MAC, and I asked Don if they'd be willing to take it up again, particularly if they knew more about what was involved in terms of security and services and that kind of thing. And he said they would. He didn't predict an outcome, but North Castro Street would accommodate about 60 RVs, so you could put the entire Ryden Road RV village on Castro Street and have room for 20 more that you could bring in from the Parkway, and you might even be able to get more in there. So I wish the council would look at that, because it's really an opportunity to move people out of some areas that are unmanageable now into an area that's manageable. So anyway, that's my pitch. I know it's not going anywhere, but I got to throw it out there.
Mayor Butt, we need a motion to extend the meeting.
Okay, we have a motion to extend the meeting.
I motion to extend the meeting
Till when?
until we finish this item.
Well, if you extend it to, you can extend it up to 11:30 with four votes.
11:30.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Oh.
Vote passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, so, you know, do y'all want to talk about this for another hour? Do you want to get a motion on the floor? And we still have a lot of public speakers to hear from. So we could,
I think we should get the public speakers. I just wanted to make a comment about what you just said. I think like what we are trying to do here is to provide some other alternatives. We have been working really hard with Supervisor Joya and the county and the staff and the housing consortium, SOS Richmond. And I think like what I am just saying is that you could have proposed and bring it to tonight, your proposal. And I think like, and instead of just throwing it here, just kind of like an idea, because what we have been doing is just working really hard to trying to make something to work. And this is what we are showing here. So I think like you have been saying that you have been working so hard, so then show it in terms of like bringing an item with well thought out ideas and so with finish. So is also in the discussion. I just wanted to say that, and we can go to public comments.
I think everybody's got good intentions, and I'll give them credit for that. I'm just saying that I'm skeptical. I'm thinking that 3 months from now I'll go out to Riding Road and it'll look just like it looks now.
Hey, Tom,
yes, go ahead.
I think it's worthwhile that we pursue the Castro site, so long as the MAC and the North Richmond Neighborhood Council are supportive. If they've given indication they're willing to support it, I think we ought to do ask for emergency meeting for them to have, and maybe come back next week with a recommendation. That's the most logical site. It fits everyone's concern. It's not neighborhood anti, and it's in an area where it's accessible to at least some of the shops out there in North Richmond or whatever. And
both Don and Marina said they'd be willing to call an emergency meeting. If the council wanted to. So,
I think we ought to pursue that.
Well,
I will just add to this discussion that when we first considered that site, I ended up meeting with several neighbors out there who live directly across the street that had the same concerns as the rest of the city, which is where I withdrew my support at that point. But that's just additional information. People will do what they feel is best.
Well, you can
I don't want
always
to put
find
words in their mouth either, but last time we visited this conversation, one of those individuals that you just mentioned was very much so against it. So I'm not quite sure where in these past few months that individual has changed their mind to come 180 on the subject. But until I hear that from them directly, I can't support that, because I heard from them directly saying that from both entities saying that they didn't want it. So this is some real he said, she said, secondhand information stuff being delivered tonight.
Well, no, okay, look it. I'm not even gonna put it up, because I know you guys aren't going there, but I think we need to find a way to move on here. So I'm inclined to call the public speakers and then get a motion on the floor. So Madam Clerk, would you call the public speakers?
Okay, right now we have 5 speakers: Lisa Johnson, Ikankar Singh Khalsa, Alpa, Denise Wagner, and Tarno Abbott. There are additional speakers, but I'll let Jeswar begin.
Okay. The additional speakers are Rob Smith and Cesar Cepeda. I'll start with Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening. I first want to stress that we all want to help address this crisis in an effective and humane manner. Any plan, however, must include community input. I agree with Councilmember McLaughlin that neither Riding Road nor Castro sites are amenable to a temporary safe parking program. Supervisor Joya mentioned the motel at Cutting and Canal is continuing as a potential project room key type program if funding is found. I think community buy-in can be achieved, but once again, proposals are being introduced without any input from the community and hearing, let alone addressing our concerns. People currently come and go from the Hilltop Marriott. That's not currently the process at Canal and Cutting, as it has served as the quarantine site. The motel finally got new owners and was cleaned up, and it had been rampant with serious crime, drug use, and human trafficking. The community will have concerns about what will happen going forward. The motel is a block from an elementary school. Will pedophiles be ruled out? Serious issues have occurred at the Hilltop Marriott, including the murder of a 5-week-old baby. Drug use and transactions also occur at this site. GRIP has failed to provide adequate support and security, so the community must have a voice in who will manage and secure both of these sites going forward. Will there be guidelines that participants have to follow, and will there be accountability? I think one important thing is to have incentives in place that will help transition people towards stable housing, including if they have an income source, they could and should pay a percentage of their income to live there. And if they follow guidelines in transition, perhaps a percentage of that fee could be returned to them and go towards a deposit at their new housing. And if they don't follow guidelines and are removed from the program, then no percentage of that fee could be returned. The city has failed to address how they plan to address those vehicle dwellers who simply refuse to move to a shelter, SOR, or subsidized unit once they are open and become available. So I really look forward to working with the city on coming up with this.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Ikankar Singh Khalsa. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. My name is Ikankar Singh Khalsa. I live in District 6 in the north and east neighborhood, and I'd like to read the following comments into the record. Respected members of City Council, my family and I want to voice strong support for the motion made by Council members Eduardo Martinez and Claudia Jimenez to reconsider Council's recent vote on the Safe Parking Pilot Program. I'd like to underline that we do not support the City Council proposal to locate this program at City Center or on land adjacent to GRIP. I agree with Council members Jimenez's concerns that the Safe Parking Pilot Program as conceived is not ambitious enough to address the serious problem at hand, and I support her efforts to develop a plan that is more robust, wider ranging, and well-funded. The challenges faced by those who live unhoused in our community are poignant and real, and it is appropriate for City Council and for Richmond residents to do what we are able to engage this complex problem. It is also appropriate for the county, as they have suggested, to help locate additional funding to support the city's efforts. I hope, however, that the City Council members will work to develop plans to address this issue that are proportionate with the capacity and resources available to Richmond, and which also provide long-term solutions for those in need. Unfortunately, the Safe Parking Pilot Program at any location does not accomplish any of the above goals, and I strongly recommend that plans for this program be abandoned and that funding be repurposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alpa. Alpa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I want to speak in support of the motion by Claudia Jimenez and Eduardo Martinez, council members. I think that, in collaboration with Mr. Joya, I think that firstly, the collaboration is really a welcome sign that the city is working together to find funding and to creatively find solutions. So as a resident of Richmond, I highly recommend and highly appreciate this collaboration. The second point I want to make is that I support this motion because I think it takes care of the current needs around Ryden Road, which is to provide better services and then takes care of the long-term housing needs as well by providing either vouchers or housing people at the facility at the motel on Canal Boulevard. So I think that in all respects, this is a really great plan. I think that it's rather interesting for me, just on a completely different, sort of a little bit of a tangential subject, which is that those folks who really enjoy living in these sort of campsites, with freedom under the stars, drinking, coffee around a bonfire, and and if we have to approve their lifestyle like that, I just don't know what the answer to that is. Some of us, are just gypsies at heart, so don't know how to take care of that issue. But otherwise, I think that I'm really support this motion by council members Jimenez and Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Venice Wagner. Venice, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. I am a Richmond resident, and I've been here since 2016. I spoke at the last meeting where this was a long discussion, and I am very heartened to hear that there's going to be collaboration, or there is proposed collaboration between the city and the county. This is kind of what I've been looking for, because to me, this means you are really working to get at the root causes of being homeless. You're really looking at this problem through the lens of sustainability. So the fact that you have a plan for the immediate and then a longer term plan is very encouraging. I would like to encourage you to keep thinking about setting up objectives and goals. That was something that was missing from the Safe Park pilot program the last time we discussed it. And now I see some of those, but going forward, I think you do have to continue thinking about objectives and goals. And I would also like to encourage the City Council to continue to reach out to communities before they make final decisions on these kinds of programs, because really we have a lot to say, the people who live in the city. And sometimes you go forward and you put things on the agenda, but people don't know what's going on because they're leading their regular lives, their busy lives. And you have to do a better job at reaching out to the community, in my opinion. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. I don't know what the answer is, but I do want to say that I am offended at the NIMBYism that has been expressed pretty much everywhere. And I do want to remind people at Civic Center that in the North and East, that Civic Center is everybody's Civic Center. It's not, specifically, it doesn't belong to the people of the North and East, it's everybody's. And I think that there are people who would prefer to have some sort of more, I don't know, less structured living situation where they could be in their RVs. And, we do have a publicly owned piece of land, which is Point Malati, which there's no reason why there couldn't be an RV camp there for people who would rather be in a more rustic situation. And you could offer the developer the right to build housing over at Hilltop instead, and retain Point Malati as our public land and put it to good use in many other ways, including there could be a campground. There could even be tent camping there. But yeah, you'd have to have it structured. You'd have to have a camp host. There would have to be timelines on it. Anyway, it's just food for thought. There's so many things that people can do. And I hope that everybody gets housed one day. pretty appalling the way people have to live on the street these days. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rob Smith. Rob, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm glad I made it this far into the meeting with everybody. I know that some of these RPA members maybe they've been working on it for years, but most of these points that they're making were brought up by local members of the north and east neighborhoods and some surrounding neighborhoods. And that I've been working and talking with Michelle recently and everybody else about an actual plan. For anybody that calls the north and east neighborhood NIMBYs, they haven't been listening. We've been asking for a plan to take care of these people long term. One of my concerns is that the county will use Richmond as a place to dump essentially the homeless onto the community without additional funding over time. So I appreciate that they're here in this conversation, but I'm also concerned that this is going to be a one-time deal and just basically send everybody to this already underserved city and community. Moving forward, I recommend that this 3-person ad hoc committee not consist of 3 RPA members. I think that it should have some independence. Additionally, I wanted to just say, so housing is step 1. And I think it's important, housing and health. And then opportunity is going to have to be step 2. So the RPA and the city council need to figure out how to get private businesses here paying, taxes and employing these people and giving them and everybody else opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cesar Cepeda, and the next 2 speakers after that will be Alyssa Smith and Lorna Murdoch. Cesar, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I want to just say good evening, everyone, and thank you, Councilmember Jimenez and Martinez, and also to our County Supervisor, John Joya. Thank you for stepping up and continuing to brainstorm on how to resolve this problem that we have around our communities. And I think that from every day that passes by, we're getting better and better in the solution. I know that a couple of weeks ago, we thought we were almost there. We had some good ideas, but we continued brainstorming through the RNCC and through other communities. And I think we're getting there. And I think this is a good start and a good vision to be able to help them long term. And I know that I brought up before, looking at this as long term, and I think this is helping us get there. Because we're talking about the vouchers, we're talking about where they're going to live, and not just those individuals today, but the individuals after Project Room Key might end, right? Where are they going to go? So thank you for thinking long term, and thank you for working with our communities. Thank you for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alyssa Smith. Alyssa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Alyssa. I'm a Richmond resident, and I'm calling in today for a variety of reasons, obviously related to this parking lot and the plan for this HEAP funds. First, I want to express my appreciation that you're all reconsidering this today. Many of the people in the North and East community in which I live in had to scramble very quickly to have our voices heard. So it is relieving that we're talking about this again today. I'd like to reiterate my displeasure in the way this whole situation transpired, and I especially feel so after listening for 2+ hours about people at Hilltop arguing about a disc golf course that they also weren't talking about. I am opposed to the Civic Center location due to the lack of a plan and lack of budget. I still am unsure of a total lack of plan for this new proposed option. However, I do appreciate and enjoy the fact that I find it a more equitable use of the funds, as all of the people at the Ryden Road and potentially Castro Street locations would have the ability to have access to the services that would be provided by the HEAP funds, as opposed to a small section of the community that would only the people that would fall within the parameters of the RV Safe Park. So I think it's better to give everyone equal access to those services. And also based on the fact that when some of the members of the community were spoken about at the RNCC meeting, many of them did say that they...
Your time has expired. Thank you. And the last speaker is Lorna Murdoch. Lorna, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you again for your time. I really, first off, wanted just to say thank you very much for reconsidering the Civic Center Safe Parking Plan to allow proper input from the community. And I appreciate the plan that Supervisor Joya and the council members who are working with him have described. It sounds like it's getting to be on the right track, and having this time to hear some great ideas that have come from the community alone. Hopefully you're recognizing some of the great thinking that can kind of enrich and add dimension to your thinking and your solutions. Lisa Johnson brought up some great ideas about ways to incentivize people who might have some funds to help support their own housing and give them a step up for when they're ready to move on beyond that plan. And similarly, I know you're grappling with the concept of limited funds as well. So ways to consider how to make your limited dollars go further are, hopefully you'll consider public and private partnership models that can be more effective and more cost-effective, efficient, sustainable, and successful in the long run. So hopefully you're looking at best practices from other cities and regions. And there's a model that was used in Los Angeles that I think is worth looking at. I actually did send in a public comment about this by email, so this link is in there. But there's a group called Fly Away Homes, and their website is flyawayhomes.org. And what they do is that they actually build quality permanent supportive housing for a third of the cost and a third of the time. And it gets around a lot of the permitting issues that sometimes make the smaller dwelling units harder to plan for and to develop.
Your time has expired. Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Okay, folks, we got 8 minutes left. I suggest that we get a motion on the floor and vote on it. We all know how this is going to end, and it's not going to get us anywhere to keep talking about it. So could I get a motion?
Yeah, I move the motion that we approve the item to authorize the use of the funding from the county and the city contract with the Housing Consortium of East Bay, and then authorize the creation of an emergency ad hoc committee consisting of 3 city council members and city staff, city council, Supervisor John Joya, and county staff to develop a sustainable and well-funded plan for assisting our unhoused residents of Richmond and county beyond the funding that we are right now available, and that this ad hoc committee work directly in collaboration with the homeless task force and engage community in this process of the long-term solutions, which will maybe different solutions that they have the task force, the homeless task force, and the community can work out as well.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
I would like to ask
Second
for.
from Willis, is that who it was?
Yes.
I think it was Willis.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember.
Yes, I would like to ask for a friendly amendment to include the option of a safe park in a non-residential area as an option to explore.
Okay, does the motion maker accept that?
I believe that is inherent in the.
Wait. I'm talking to the motion maker. Do you accept that amendment?
I think that this is one of the things that the ad hoc committee will be seeking, like, and thinking about it. So yeah, it could be part of what the long-term solution plan could be.
Or even part of the immediate if it turns out that that you don't have enough people going to motels. It's just something to consider as an option in the assessment. And
yeah, well, I want to consider, but also I want to make sure that the community, we have engagement in the community in this process as well. So I just want to make sure that we don't get in this pushback or in this all over and over, and just be careful that as we were talking about in the beginning of this meeting around process, that we continue to be in developing that process, so community collaboration and involvement is prioritized in all.
Is that a yes?
Yes, we will do that in the creation of the.
Does the seconder accept that amendment?
I have a question.
Can we please?
Actually, I'm not.
Wait, didn't you second it, Councilman Willis?
Yes, I seconded it and I requested that we vote with the remaining 4 minutes that we have.
Okay, so you said you accept the amendment, right?
Yes, I accepted.
Okay.
Mayor?
So is there any
I got a question.
Heather, you have something?
Well, I have a question. You know, we have that Brown Act dispute, the final agenda item. So can you route that into the motion and say?
I think we've done away with it by coming up with a total different.
Yes, and if we could just clarify that
Right,
this action cures and corrects it.
All right.
I
Okay.
got a
Both of the
question.
disputes.
Okay, discussion before we vote. Councilmember Bates.
I want to ask Councilmember McLaughlin, does the motion include asking the North Richmond MAC and Neighborhood Council to consider locating the RVs on that site on Castro?
I'm not opposed to that. I mean, it would need to go through, as Councilmember Jimenez says, anything should have public input. I mean, I was suggesting non-residential area. If there was an interest from the North Richmond community, I'm not opposed to having it there. So if Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Willis are amenable to including the potential of that, the North Richmond site, given that public input would need to be there and embrace the idea, I'm okay with including that.
No, I think like what is happening is that we are putting sites all over and over, and I think that this is what we are getting in trouble here. And I don't think like, I think like Supervisor John Joya talked to Gilmore, and he is still opposed to this. So I don't know why we are bringing something when there is already opposition. So I think like, let's include the safe parking as a proposal for this, and then let's work with the community to see how that is in an overall long-term goal fits in it. But let's stop putting it in kind of like saying, oh, let's put it in this side or this side, because this is how we are in this, getting in these troubles, just to like, let's respect the process. And I think like I will accept the first motion that Council McLaughlin did, and I think like Melvin already did, and then
actually,
let's vote.
Wait.
As a
okay, Councilor Martinez, you look like
yes. Considering the fact that I am part of the person who put it on the agenda, I should have a voice in this. What this is to provide services to people where they're at. Now, in the future, after we evaluate the people who are living in these unsanctioned encampments, then we can figure out whether or not it's a safe park is a plausible solution for some of them. But we need to evaluate, and I think that's the most important point of what we're doing: supplying services, evaluating the people who are living there, so that we know what their needs are, so that we know what their desires are, and so that we can help them move forward.
Okay, I think we got the picture. Madam Clerk, would you call a roll? Let's vote on this.
I wanted to just clarify, item I4. What do we need to include with that?
Item I4, what was that? The
Brown Act violation.
It became moot. It's moot.
It's moot, okay.
It's moot, okay.
All right, so Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yep.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
So it's 11:30, and unless somebody wants to continue meeting, we're out of time, and I'm inclined to adjourn the meeting.
What's left on the agenda?
The assignment of council members. I think I'll just hold it over.
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve the assignment. We have JPA meetings going on, Mr. Mayor, and we can't function if we don't have. In fact, our agency, the West County agency, there's 2 members that's supposed to be there. And
First of all, we're going to have to take a vote to continue the meeting. So we need a motion and a second and 5 votes because it's past 11:30. So somebody want to make that motion?
I move that we continue.
We need to suspend the rules and extend the meeting.
Is there a second? I don't hear a second.
I'm ready to go.
Motion dies for lack of a second. The meeting's over.
I would like to say that according to our rules, any members who are on committees continue on those committees until they're replaced.
No, that's people who are on commissions. We don't have any rules about committees. So, unless somebody can come up with a good reason not to, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Ain't that?
Yep.
I'm still going.
Go right ahead.
What about you?
I'm going.